Got you now, got you now. Welcome one and all to the WSB Easter Club Rugby Festival at the home of Harlequins Rugby here in Pretoria. Our matchup today is fantastic. We got the Battle of Pretoria versus Durban, the Battle of Bulls Rugby Champions versus Sharks. It is the Battle of the Carlton Cup holders versus the Moore Cup holder. This is the Naka Bulls against College Rovers. And Lawrence Apaka joining me in ridiculous conditions earlier today with the rain falling in the nation's capital. We set for a fantastic match, Mr. Sepaka.
I certainly agree, Udo, and I mean it's a lovely rugby situation here because there's no sun whatsoever to speak of. Rugby players tend to enjoy this, especially the big guys. But the backs, they're not so much a fan of this wet weather because the ball is a bit slippery, but obviously a good defending team. This weather is kind of good for you. It means you have to push off the line and push the ball carrier under pressure so that he actually has to double tap when he actually handle that ball.
And you can see the rain falling here. The ball is out in full swing regardless of that rain, but it is an opportunity for us just to reflect on what has been a tragic week for South Africa with close to 400 people losing their lives and 4,500 families displaced because of the flooding in KZN. And we heard earlier the side from Durban College Rovers saying that they're dedicating this match to all the victims of the flood conditions. The referee for today's match is Christopher Allison, but what a fantastic lineup College Rovers have brought up into Johannesburg. And you look at Inichadebe, he is a talent of note, Mr. Sepaka.
No, I certainly agree. I mean, this man has got a bit of history. I mean, he started varsity level and he did so well, and he just went a mess at some point. But beautiful to see that he's come and actually playing club rugby as well. It's lovely to see.
Game is underway. Kickoff from the men in blue from Durban College Rovers. Naka Bulls now carrying here. This is always going to be a war of attrition up front in conditions like these. It's a matter of who can control the tight facets and the rucks and the mauls. Good start there. As we see Sydney Tobias, the son of the legendary Errol Tobias, over the ball there, just protecting a man who, of course, turned out for the runners-up last year, Northern Rhinos, who are involved in this competition as well. He's made the change to the champions. Yeah, now that he's also got the Bulls contract in the bag as well.
No, I certainly agree, Udo. I mean, I suppose he got lured as well to the greener pastures. I suppose the team that won the league, and it makes a lot of sense. It's closer to the Bulls as well. If he got a contract with the Bulls, it would have been less travel for him to go up and down if he has to come from club to province. So it actually works out fine for him.
And Makwabane getting some good touch here. That man in question, Sydney Tobias. The first line out of the game. Conditions are incredibly tough for those players out there. Finds his jumper. Absolute precision. And now the truck is looking to get out of the driveway. Has that gone forward? For now, though, the Naka Bulls control it. Back of the scrum there by Johan van der Westhuizen. And this, Lawrence, is where this game is going to be won and lost today. Scrum off Jerome Bastic. Feeds to the players on the fringes. Mokobani gets it. And first little box kick of the day. It is that Lock who controlled the ball in chase. The referee saw an infringement there.
The 10-meter radius, I mean, if a kicker is within the 10 and you guys must get out of that 10 to make sure that you go on side, or you must be put on side with someone who's coming from behind. Unfortunately, not being used to correctly. I mean, lucky there for the visitors to actually get that ball back, because it was a knock-on from the left winger who couldn't control that ball. I mean, for them, I mean, we're talking about forwards, loving the physical stuff, but the backs is going to be a lot of kicking. So the back three is going to be very crucial to how they control those high balls, because there's going to be a lot of them today.
Now the kicking tee is out. Big call being made here. in their own half. The man who, of course, took the ball in contact there was Duran Kramick, who hails from Westville. But I tell you what, he was part of the Irish national sevens team for some time. And stepping up with the kicking duties today. Very important kick here. It's going to be a long one.
No, certainly agree, and I'm surprised that obviously mere fact that he's got Inicha Debe who can kick as well, but he in fact is taking this one, the fullback Ruben van der Blerk, is that Purple's got range.
Certainly has the range quite easily, but he's just pushed it to the left. No real wind to speak of here today, so a very good contact by Ruben van Blerk, man from Pretoria. But not able to get the first three-pointer of the game.
No, certainly not. I mean, the range was so good as well. You just need to work on the angling and the direction. That's the only thing that was missing. Now, you know, he didn't even take a lot of steps. 1, 2, hit it right, and I suppose the setting up as well was good. I mean, the kick out as well is very important. Put them back in their own half. So they must actually kick themselves out of it. And obviously, if it's not out in the 22, they must keep it in. And it's going to be contested. It's going to be a very interesting question when it comes to that department.
Really good take there. My Brandon Swart keeps it alive as well. Lindsay's side a penalty in the process.
The 10-5 just want to play, and the back is like, we're not going to play in this area. Patience. It's very important. Obviously, the men that from KZN College Rovers are ill-disciplined comes to the ruck area. You can't take shortcut and come to the area. I mean, John is actually watching the gate, and if it's not open, you're not allowed to enter there. And you kind of create your own gate coming to that section. So obviously, the tackler not rolling away quick enough, which actually enables the defender to come in and bring an extra person to come still. Let's see if Mr. Tobias is going to actually get this one. The first one was brilliantly thrown. Obviously, not much contested, but at some point, the pressure is going to start mounting.
Goes to the back this time. Good take, and now that drive up the field will come. They haven't left the ball behind. It's Tobias who now has possession, but it's been stripped away. Oh, and we see the clear indication there of that bar of soap. That's what the ball will be today. You can see the pools of water on the field here at the Harlequins home ground. Will be Mokwabane with a chance to drive his team upfield.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful set drive. Unfortunately, the college guys actually left it too long to sack it. Once it starts moving, and then unfortunately, there'll be more than one defender involved, and that one cannot be sacked, because any sacking after that is going to be deemed illegal, which was exactly the case. And then that with that advantage in hand as well, the Nakabola tried to still swing the ball, and then you can see the backs. That's what I'm saying. They're not keen on handing that ball. Let's try to keep the forwards busy as long as possible. If we need to run, bring it back.
Finds his man again. And now that line-out drive will ensue. This is so difficult to defend against. If you can get front foot ball fairly quickly. You see the numbers joining now, and it's circling. Scattered is the defense, but they seem to have a hand on it there. That man's got to roll away. He's in the wrong position. Looks like Sipulele Nonto just finding himself on the wrong side of things. Nonto born in Uitenhage up here in Pretoria now. Keep driving, edging away at the line. Penalty, Naka Bulls. In fact, they've gone over. The line indiscernible in this weather. But try time for the side who are as close to home as Harlequins will be on this ground.
I see the number 10 jersey is looking for a better place to kick. I mean, you look at the fly of Denimo. Mokobane there is actually listening the puddle of water that in his cover as we see the try scorer there getting up. I mean, guess what? Centers are coming to mingle with the forwards now coming in, because then outside there is very cold. It's very important that they get in the mix.
Try scorer there, Charles Goodolfs, man from Pretoria, Affy's boy. Played Blue Bulls representative rugby at just about every single level. So he's the first try scorer of the day. Makwabane now to add the extra 2.
As he lines up, and you can see, I mean, the rain is pouring, but it's that soft rain that can go on for hours and hours, probably days sometimes. And as long as there's no lightning, I'm sure there's no issue. Beautiful. Missed.
Yeah, pulled it to the left as well, like the first kick from College Rovers. So it's a 5-0 lead after 7 minutes. But the Bulls, Naka Bulls, will feel that they have a game plan that they can pursue here. It's all based on accuracy of the throws in the lineouts, and then immediately from the possession, the drive. Restart here by College Rovers. They go deep into the territory of Naka Bulls. They circle around that one. What a fantastic carry here it is by Stefan Vermeulen. He takes it up a little bit further. Now Echard Boshoff has a ball in hand. They want to get this back as quickly as they possibly can. Forward standing off. They will continue the assault on the advantage line. Still available to them. Jerome Bastic, he gets his side going. Sean van der Veste isn't in contact there. Even Boerdenstein, afraid he's gone to ground and he's lost it forward. Just got to keep it so simple in this weather.
No, certainly you can, but sometimes it means you have to be extra careful when you carry that ball. How you carry it, keep the ball safe. When you go into contact, you can't use the ball now. There's an extra buffer for you to go. And as we can see that the first break, the ball is not protected. He went in with the shoulder that he's supposed to land with. And unfortunately, too much pressure on that slippery slope. And over the ball is not going to stick in that point. I mean, you can see as he tried to correct it, it was unfortunately already spewing in a different direction.
Right, here's what we've been looking forward to. The first big scrum. 2 massive backs, Lawrence.
Yeah, I can tell you this massive fact. I mean, the visitors have got a lighter in terms of the front rowers, but when you look at the at the home team, I mean, they're packing very strong, 120s, 110, 119 respectively. So it's going to be important how they apply that weight to their visitors. As we go in the first scrum, it's going to be good, channel 1, but also key. We're going to have a lot of these collapsing today because you can't have your feet too far behind. You got to really keep your feet underneath you and control it.
Do you change tactics in this weather in terms of how you go about the scrum?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Your feet needs to change slightly. Instead of having those stance of going low as possible, it means you need to stretch wider. But it is instance you need to get them under. It means you're going to set up a bit higher. The ref needs to help them as well and tell them, listen, guys, it's wet. Let's set up a bit higher. Then you can walk on your hips once you're in the scrum. At least then you can control situations. I mean, as you can see now, obviously, when the pressure comes as well, and the slippery slope of the grass and the water, and I mean, even you've got as longest as possible, the chances of you keeping yourself up is going to be virtually impossible if they really go into each other.
Right, referee Christopher Allison has had a chat, and we'll have a feed once again by Gerardo Jars, and from Cluttersville, scrum off for Rovers. You see the position there from Bulls, very good, but Rovers get it out as quickly as they can, and now up the field, Duran Krumek. Man that was part of the Irish national 7's team, he gets them going. Lovely carry by Sibulele Nonto, but it's stripped away. And, referee calling for that first knock on there. Naka Bulls ball.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, they're actually ambitious at this point in time. I mean, you think that they went that wide so quickly, it was going to be a question is now how do they control a ball after that? Like I said, same thing. Ball protection is poor. You can't have the ball in the hand that you're going into with the shoulder. You got to keep away from contact because once you go into contact, you fall in a free hand, you have chance actually protecting the ball because you get hit, double hit, that's probably the easiest way to dislodge that ball. Now, if you're going to carry the ball in the same arm, it's easy for the defense and even to try to wrap you. They just target the ball. Sometimes the backs will actually go directly for your ball to snatch it out.
So this time it will be a feed by scrum off of Naka Bulls, Jerome Bastic. Chance just to reflect on his history, having been born in Germiston, like so many of the players at his club, going to Marais Viljoen High School. Also played for University of Pretoria, the Tuck side. Much better scrum. See the flat backs controlled well. A little bit of a wheel there by Naka Bulls, but they get it out the open side of the field. What was that penalty for?
I can only assume it's a dive in the rock. And looking at the face of the Naka baller coming out of there, was really not happy. Someone must have got hold of his jersey somehow, tried to stretch it, see how far it can go. And that must have tempted with his temper as well. And I mean, Ini was going to try to get some more innings from that penalty.
This young man, what a story it is around Ini Khadebe, who has always been hailed as a talent from high school days. And since Craven Week, he's just not been able to really slot in effectively at any one of the major provinces or franchises in South Africa. As we just have a look at that infringement again. But what a story it is, Lawrence.
No, certainly a sad and also a missed opportunity there, because Inihadebe was one of those rare players who can play rugby for you flat, technically, and actually can mix it up with the best of them. For some reason, why they didn't see fit for him to be any NR setup. I mean, from the Sharks and obviously come to the Lions, now basically back to the Sharks, which they've come around for the second time, which is good to see that he's enjoying his rugby, he's happy, and obviously he's going back to the club as well.
Yeah, we saw the difference in lineouts there. Smiley for the hooker for Rovers, not able to establish clean possession. Now Inihadebe looking to make the Bulls pay. That big punt upfield. No real angle to speak of there. And unfortunately, it's gone in and out. And you see the camaraderie there. Inihadebe just getting a little bit of sympathy from his fellow players because the conditions are mercilessly tough.
Well, that ball was deceiving indeed. I mean, it looked like it was about to bounce up and decided not to anymore. In the last minute, when he attempted to pick it up, usually use your feet in that instance, but he felt that it was good enough to pick up. But it actually got him off guard as well. That just shows you what kind of grabber it actually would hit you hard if you kick it hard enough. So that not that it's slow. That ball was literally, it was a miss kick, to be honest, because he didn't hit it like he wanted to hit it to exit. And it was lucky, obviously, for him. And he ended up knocking that ball after a brilliant kick from him, forcing the Nakabala to actually find another plan. But going back to the most important part, I think this part is going to be crucial for both teams. I mean, if I look at Judd Crunch here, he needs to keep his head up. His head is actually bent, and then usually tight heads use that opportunity to take your spinning line out, and the power from behind cannot be channeled through you, hence that penalty. His head alone was very important for him to be able to keep his power. But if his head is down, and then it means you have to now basically recharge and go lower, and you can't go lower and you're already backpedaling. And this instance, and the tight head of the Nakabala, actually Primo used it very good and just used it, and his power was channeled right through, spinning line they call it.
Yeah, Jared Crouch, a big unit, 1.82 meters tall, 115 kilograms, but you saw he was pushed back there by superior scrum of the Bulls. We've had, what is it, 4 or 5 encounters in the scrum now in the space of the last 5 minutes. It's an indication of where the full 80 is going to go.
Listen, today, if you're not a fan of scrums, might as well try and find a cup of tea every time it happens, because we're going to get a lot of them today. But the lineouts are good.
Fantastic lineout again. Thrown towards the back, where it was Eckhard Boshoff who eventually grabbed that out of the sky. Now Bastic will play around with his team. You see that little taunting run coming through from the try scorer, Goedals. Opts not to go there. Once again, takes it into contact. The back of the scrum there was JP Alberts. Attacking very directly are the Bulls. This is good. But fantastic counter. Good defense here from Rovers. Man over the ball as he sealed it off. Up to Raki Moffat. Basti gets it out again. I don't know how that pass got out of the hands there of Brandon Swart. But he managed somehow to get it. And now inside centre, Goedals. He's not going to be stopped in his tracks. Basti going left and right. This time the ball in the hands of Eckhard Boshoff. Goes the other way this time. JP Alberts, Pretoria man, played for the Griffins in his career. Shouting for it all over the park here are the men in canary yellow. The ball comes out. Quick defense. Have they stripped it away here? No, still on the side of the Bulls. And you just cannot be too cute with your passing today. Frustrated Bulls player there.
He is frustrated because that pass was actually a spot on, but the problem it was not aimed for him. So him and his right wing are actually competing for the same ball, which ended up them losing them both because they need to communicate. I mean, a flat pass is already a problem in its own because it's a dangerous pass. It's a wet ball. It needs to be a bullet. Otherwise, intercept is going to be key.
And the referee, Christopher Allison, just having a stern word there with captain of College Rovers, Jared Crouch. too sure what that would be about. He's probably just warning some of the players for being a little bit irresponsible around the breakdown.
I'm actually surprised why they're not going for a scrum. They've got a dominant scrum at the moment, but they feel like their pick and go game is also on, which is also could be a topsy-turvy situation depending how the ball carriers are behaving.
This little step inside there. Primo Ngube keeping it alive. They're driving at the line. They seem to be over it. Where will this ball pop up? The outside centre now. He gets over. Johan Grobler, the vice-captain of the team, as he dotted down. No. Referee Allison says it's gone forward.
Yeah, I think when he attempted to Johan Grobler to actually roll himself into a scoring position, I think got not sort of pickpocketed on the ground, because if someone actually realized if this guy does go over, he might lose his ball, stripped him of his ball, and it was deemed a turnover. But I suppose with the scrum that they have, that seems to be dominant. And obviously the captain needs to make sure that he keeps his head up and his bind and his spine in line. And obviously not move away from his hook and his support, because that's going to be key for the next scrum. Look at that. And basically it was held up from minute one. I don't understand if he actually considered a knock-on or lost. But depending when he wanted to turn, that's when he lost it.
Yeah, that ball was actually never got close to dotting it down. It's just some really good defense there. Looks like Sergio Torrance, who got hand on the ball and got his body under the ball carrier. Look at the scrum from the Bulls.
Ooh, there we go.
They've shoved the men in blue back, and it's try time again. Second of the match.
Yeah, and I told you as much. I mean, the kind of confidence that they picked up since the last scrum, it just went from strength to strength. And even when they hit and actually applied all the way to the left-hand side on the loose side of the Ruan Grunlik, and actually angled and left basically the captain of the College Rovers on his own there, because he needed now to readjust. Look, he was left on the whole side, and they went through the hooker and they tightened. They sort of pinned them down and went down the channel. It was actually tickets after that, and obviously does it. Talking about fumbling, that was a clean fumbling where scrum half couldn't really handle that ball to the best.
Pressure for Gerardo Jars, the number 9 for Rovers, and his mistake lets in his opposite number, Jerome Bastic, for the second try of the day. Both of them going the way of the Naka Bulls, and it's Danny Mokwabane looking to add to the tally. Chance for 2 here, missed the first one. Flags will go up this time as the Naka Bulls stretch their lead. 2 tries, a conversion, 12-0.
Yeah, certainly agree. I mean, this weather actually suits the kind of way that actually the Nakapala likes to play. They like a physical game, they like a slow game. So there's nothing fancy about this weather. So it's done up the extreme. I suppose the backs, I mean, if you can see their centers as well, they're more with the forwards than they actually with the backs.
Inikadebe going middle of the park this time. It's the try scorer Bastic who looks to put in a return, but only gets it as far as the halfway line. A chance here to attack for Rovers. They're looking to put it in the pocket, and it skips along. Fantastic in these conditions.
That's another way of getting territory, and technically you need to actually find the spots, and now you can't do those long high ones because you don't want to go direct, and how they actually throw them. And I mean, spectators enjoying that moment. You know, there's what you call true fans of rugby. Rain or hail, these guys will come show up and support their friends and their teams.
Daar is 'n manier waar hy manne by die vandag by die huis sou sit nie. Nie met van hulle spanmaats op klipvlak. Den skou hier by Harlequins tuisveld in Pretoria nie. Lyn staan nou vir die bulle, moet nou 'n bietjie skoonmaak hier. Sabie Tobias wat sy springer weer vind. Dis bietjie entoesiasties, hulle wil hom hardloop uit 'n posisie van swakheid uit.
Ja, ek dink hulle soek net 'n beter engel vir die skopper om 'n groter erf bietjie te sny. Want as hy netjies bietjie dun beteken hy gaan net 'n bietjie staan daar kry, so as hulle 'n bietjie weer maak en die engel bietjie groter maak, dit maak net sin. Dis hoekom hy so 'n baie afstand gekry het van hy skopper.
'n Makliker hoek vir Daniel Kobane om hy bal af te skop, of bal liewer veld op te skop. Mali Ford sy man vind hier. Hulle is nog steeds in 'n goeie posisie. Bietjie gesukkel met die lyn staande, weer eens nie skoon nie. En nou kom die bulle oor die bal. Hy's aangeslaan en hy kontak.
He's not happy. He's certainly not happy. He's on his way to get on the right hand side. Sibulele Nonto is like, hey man, I'm Nakabala, realizing that they actually, remember in this wet weather, tactically in defense, you've got an advantage as long as you can get hold of your tackle. If you keep him up and everyone come piling their weight and their power, you always see offensively, automatically, and hence that situation, he wanted to get to his rack. They were sort of helping him, let's get you there quicker. But how you get there is going to be a different story. But let's look at this scrum again. Nice setting. You see him over there. Grinding nice. He sees left his opposition. He's gone straight for the hooker. That's why they got a scrum again. They found a way to actually separate the front row and leave the captain isolated on his own. He needs to make sure now to avoid that. Tuck in under the hooker and direct his man.
As hy pak so begin 'n high five in mekaar, Lawrence Paka, hier kom 'n groot ding waar jy kan speel om jou sterkpunt te beklemtoon. Jy kan rondom jou skram speel. In hierdie tipe weer is dit amper onverwendbaar vir die oppositie om die skrums te vermy.
Nee, definitief. Hulle gaan ook nie moeg raak nie, man. Vandag het dinge doen wat hulle lief is en wen elke keer. So elke skram gaan hulle met 'n smile en gaan hulle lippe lek en sê, "Nou gaan ons weer papa." So the visitors must find a way. But like I said, there is a way if they can find it. As you can look at that setup, Ngube leaves his opponent, goes in an angle. The captain needs to get to the ref, said ref, the tight of the Nakabala is cramming in. Hence, I can't actually stay in. But his issue now, he needs to do the same. Go closer to his hooker.
Van 'n losgemaak sit nie Tobias, but bietjie van 'n gaping sien. Hy kom nie daardeur nie, maar weer eens word die Nakabala beloon deur die skeieregter.
Ja, hulle nommers is bietjie verkeerd, man. Julle het bietjie meer nommers of minder nommers gehad in 'n skram. Ons moet bietjie tel van die lengstand begin en dis die voordeel in eerste plek. So Tobias kon eintlik 'n kans vat daar. En daai kans was gevat. Net die mense gehad om te skoon te maak, hè. Dus kom hulle daai raak eintlik verloor.
En as die man van der Byl Park, 3 vir Rovers, Martinus Volker wat fouteer het daar. Net so terloop, sy 2-jarige dogter Tanika, wat op die televisie kyk vandag. Nie worry nie, papa sal beter doen. Jy kan sien wat die weer doen aan die manne hier. Is die haker weer eens van Nakabille. Sit nie Tobias. So ver, fantasties. 100% rekord met die lyn staan en weer eens so. Nou kom die dryf vir spot maklik. Hulle het eintlik al oor hulle 8ste man gehardloop by JP Alberts. Het bietjie in die pad gewees vir sy eie spanmaats, maar kyk hoe fantasties kom hulle nou hier in die middel van die park deur. Bastik wat aangee na Brendan Swart. Hy soek aksie. Hy wil 'n bydrae lewer. Nou kom die voorspelers om. Hulle is baie na aan die doellyn. Maar dit was nou vorentoe van die been van die 8ste man af.
Ja, nou hoor hulle wil ook nie ver speel van die forwards af. As jy mooi kyk, hulle het een fase links en toe kom hulle terug. Toe die regterveld gerealiseer en hy is my kant, ek hoef nie links te gaan nie. Kom in die aksie met 'n 8ste man was 'n textbook tackle. Waar eintlik net die enkels met mekaar klap en vlieg die man af en toe land toe sy bal hom meer slordig en toe gly vorentoe en over sy knock-on en dan het hulle kans, maar die probleem is en die scrum is nog 'n probleem. Dis hoekom as die groot man hy het op die grond bietjie net seker maak ek kry sy energie, maar is lekker vir bietjie en groot pyn is daar so. Meneer Volker.
Ja, Tanika moet nie worry nie. Papa sal die behandeling kry wat hy nodig het. Ons het nou net aan hy vorige bietjie aksie gesien, die goeie verdediging van Duran Kramek, soos ek sê, 26 jaar oud, 'n man wat reeds vir die Ierlandse nasionale man 7 span gespeel het. So jy verwag dat hy veelsidig sal wees, nie net op aanval nie, maar ook op verdediging en daar het jy dit gesien.
Actually, if you think about it, sevens is actually the what you call it, teaches you the basics, the utmost basics of rugby. The little things that we take for granted sometimes. You look at this player who's been at sevens level, they know how to make a telling tackle. It's either the hard way or the technical right way to stop a person from going forward. That's how you stop a big man.
Ons kyk wat Rovers hier kan doen met besit van hulle eie skram. Hulle voer Gerardo Jars. Hy's op die agterbene hier, maar hy stort weer eens in mekaar. Hierdie keer blaas die skeieregter teen Nakabille. Wat het hulle daar verkeerd gedoen, Lawrence?
Ek sal like om te weet wanneer hy het niks gesê en as hy rede hoekom hulle daar afgegaan het. 'n 10-1 en wanneer soos 'n bietjie die angle gesien as hy die band, miskien die loskop het sy band verloor en veroorsaak laat die meneer Volker aan die regterkant bietjie afgaan of die vaskop het afgegaan. Jy sien, dis 'n groot drop as ek dink die loskop het bietjie sy band verloor. Wanneer hy sy band verloor het, dan beteken mos either dis kam reset vir gly of bietjie hinging ook in the process.
But it's got to be really difficult because they're scrumming this Rover side inwards automatically. So it's difficult to hold on to that bind, isn't it?
No, it is difficult, but that's why you've got a way. You need to grip properly. If it does fall, you must fall with the man down on you. As Nakabala still the line out that they got from that penalty.
Stolen for the umpteenth time today. Tobias with a little step inside. He's still looking to go. He's looking for the contact. He's loving this. Driving the side forward. He's got the support there from the 8th man. Bastic comes through on the outside and a big bump off. Therefore, Priman Mube. Just a little bit sloppy once more. Can Rovers turn this into a possession up in the opposition half for a change, because they've been camped in their own for the last 10.
Yeah, I think the Shane Ball needs to get another round ball to help him with his foot, able to control a ball that's rolling on the ground, because all he needed there was to hack that one down the field. He probably would have won the race, because Nakabala actually were far from action. I mean, the left wing was still that side when that ball was lost, and it was kicked through, and then obviously that position was lost. The minute he kicked it to the side and shanked it to the field, I mean, Tobias has got another chance of actually getting it back in. I mean, his lines have been good. I mean, he's also bulked up a bit since the last time we saw him. I mean, he's trimmed up. Suppose the world of professionalism does do things to him.
I'm surprised by the bulk that he's carrying, yeah. Let's hope that it's all good protein, good muscle. What a tackle that is! Is that the big man? Who earned a little bit earlier. Is that Martinez Volker with that massive tackle?
No, I think a ref is now unhappy with something.
Hello. Let's have a look at this again. Taken into contact there by Echard Boshoff.
Textbook stuff. Oh.
Dead in his tracks by Martinez Volker.
Yeah, I think the yellow card is for tackling someone after the whistle. That's dangerous. But remember the play, I mean, the scrum was not even ready. That could actually hit him badly. Depending who hits you, it could end badly. I mean, the center was guilty there for being over-eager. Maybe too much aggro. Yeah. Trying to do what the forwards can do. I mean, that was a beautiful hit there. Straight front on. And actually on the ball as well. That was beautiful. That was like, man, that's why the ball actually can't stick with that pressure.
Yellow card there for Sergio Torrens. He'll go set out for a bit the outside center. So 10 minutes for him in the sin bin.
And then obviously one having a chat there. I mean, that's also probably a worse place for him to be. And then actually the one where, if you picked it up, the name is running away from me, but I'll come back to that conversation. And picking it up, there, he's got to get
sitting right in front of his coach.
No. It's actually a former Springbok right behind him. Remember that tight used to be quick from the Bulls as well. Bands is his surname.
Good old Richard Bands. He's going to talk his ear off now.
No, I'm telling you now, that's why he's smiling so much, because his team is doing so well right now. He's all smiles right there at the back, and I don't know, it's probably not even getting cold. And for a back to be sitting there, and I would not check it. My man, that 10 minutes is going to be very long.
Right, let it be. So we've had a change now in the throwing duties, and I'm not surprised yet. It's number 16, Jason Alexander, who's come onto the field as replacement hooker, because it's been an area of concern for them in this first half. Can he do better? Goes to the front, and that was a weird throw, nearly stripped again. Taken up the field there by Daniel Bowoto, the man from Lagos, Nigeria. Inikhadebe looking for a massive touch find. Has got good contact on it, but doesn't find the sideline. So now carried up the park, and some nice feet there. Really good feet from Marcel Himan. It's out quickly over the top. Little box kick there by Mabukwane, but I'm afraid has that gone directly out?
Yeah, no, that technical kick pass they call it. was just overcooked there from the talisman and number 10, Denny Makobane. They actually wanted to find his right winger, and his right winger is not happy. Aaron is not happy with a lot of things because he's been complaining. Look at it. It's perfect, but it needed to be just shot a little bit less and less oomph on that thing. Would have actually fell in his hand and would have been a one-on-one situation.
And we can say with authority that the weather had nothing to do with that kick. That was just overcooked. There was no slip in the process either. So now, Jason Alexander, can he do better? He's gone right to the back, but the throw is terrible again, and it's a strip away. Bastic has it. Passes it out wide. Himan on the ball. Lovely little inside pass. The Bulls still have it here. What a turn. He's made that man fall over his own feet there with Shane Bell's little step inside and kick for touch.
I think Bosov was in the wrong direction there because he was really keen to make a tackle and a change of direction. He couldn't pull his own feet. It's like ABS fell completely to work. I mean, these guys, obviously, coaches desponded a bit because nothing is working. I mean, you cannot walk without the ball. The scrums has been a hassle. Now the lineout's actually not sticking. I mean, you think about it, it's a good throw, but they need to find each other. It's a complicated situation. It's a Udo.
Lineouts have been chalk and cheese, and yeah, we got the drive again. Tobias at the back of this mass of yellow bodies. Edging towards the try line. Now they use it. Bastic lets it loose there for Stefan Vermeulen. Man over it for Rovers. Looks like Sibulelo Nonto rather. It comes out on the side of Naka Bulls. Bastic on it. Tobias looking to carry. He's made a couple of meters in this first half already. Stopped dead in his tracks. This time Makwabane with a skip pass out wide. And this man who's been wanting the action all afternoon long, Brendan Swart, gets over. Finally a ball in the right area. He takes it well and gets over the try line. Try time. Third time in the first half for the Naka Bulls.
No, I certainly agree. I mean, this man, he had so much land to just slide in as well, but he likes the physical stuff. He wanted to take some scalps with him on the way to the try line. Beautiful try, but the danger of that, though, you get it wrong, and the guy just targets your ball. You go dive and you're on, the ball goes a different direction. But like I said, that man, Brendan Swart, just got a lovely try. I'm sure now he'll complain less in the guard if the ball is coming or not, because he take the opportunity that they send it to him.
Yeah, a man who was born in Boksburg, went to Yahya Janssen High School, under-20 Currie Cup player for the Falcons back in the day. And was also part of the 2017 Griffins side. Won the First Division Currie Cup. If you remember that back in the day. Oh, it wasn't that far away. Danny Makwabane with a chance to add two more. Difficult kick, difficult conditions.
And obviously, I said the spot that he's got a ball as well, he needs to check his anchoring leg. If those studs are not sticking, he might slide right next to his ball.
There's a little bit of a slide there, actually, as you can see. It just pushed the ball wide to the right. So the conversion doesn't count. But a healthy lead here for the Naka Bulls as we see how the try was scored. Lovely skip pass by Makwabane, and that set up the space and the overlap for the man Brendan Swart to go over for Naka Bulls' third try. Still had some work to do, but did it with aplomb.
No, certainly he had an overlap. That was just scrambling defense coming across. The header overlap was actually chilling there on his own. And the decision to take that long skip as well, actually to save time for the ball go through hands. Sometimes it might not get as clean as it did now. It was a great opportunity. Let's see if we can exit. He doesn't like to kick, so give it to the man who does it for a living.
Lovely kick up the field there by the vice captain. In fact, now it was the fullback, Yuan Nal. This has been an action-packed first half. I am surprised when we look at the prowess of this pack of forwards of College Rovers that they just have not been able to engage on the same level with the Bulls. They've been dominated in this first half. But the other facet of the game that the coach will have to look at in earnest in the second half, he's made a change at hooker already. And that, to be honest with you, is about the cleanest possession that Rovers have had from a line-out in this half.
No.
That's not saying much.
No, that can't be clean, man. What about the little scrum off? Now he has to shovel whatever's coming, and the way he did it could have been a simple intercept. If the Nakabala, the Lucy's at the back of the line-out were awake, could have actually run into that ball as it came, because you can see once it leaves the head, it's all, free for all, but I suppose they don't complain much. They're getting a scrum. Their scrum has been dominant. Ngube has been running the show on this side. As you can see, the captain is changing his angle. He's slightly tucked in with his hooker now. Let's hope this is going to make a difference. Obviously, there's a suspension in the middle here. That inside leg needs to be more in a running style, so he's allowing more room to go low as possible. He needs to count under Ngube. Ngube is shorter. He's taller, so he needs to work harder now to get that spine in line. That is much better now. He needs to work hard to stabilize.
I love having a scrum doctor with me in studio. Bastic with an errant throw because he was wrapped up there as he tried to pass that.
And then Akabala actually very smart. I mean, they realize that these guys cannot handle their scrum. And obviously, why not use the best power that you have on the field today? And every opportunity you can get a penalty, get it, kick it down the line. Get it, kick it down the line. And when you get closer to Lalana, our Lanas are functional. I mean, everything should be working to the T. Look, they're going to get a Lana right on the 22. From there, they're getting an out, set up a drive again. 10-1, then they're going to get a penalty from ill discipline for College Rovers guys. 1 or 2 who's going to attempt to sack or come from the side. With weather like this, sometimes even sliding happens by default. Just an accident because you just know where to push against. Everyone is wet. The ball is slippery. The jerseys are slippery.
It's the World Sports Betting Club Rugby Festival over the Easter period here, and it's no understatement to say that we've got the finest club rugby teams from around South Africa. The men in yellow here, a little bit faded in the first half, and Sydney Tobias losing the ball. But the men in yellow are the current holders of the Carlton Cup up in Pretoria. It's such a fantastic opportunity to see how teams from the various regions of South Africa compete against one another. At the moment, the men from Pretoria, the Naka Bulls, they lead 17-0 over College Rovers. And the man who was born in Nigeria, Daniel Bowoto, not happy there with the referee.
No, they feel like that was unfair because, I mean, why would a Naka Bala throw the ball back on the half? Not common sense. No, I think the ball got into some of the blue jerseys' feet and everything, tried to kick second. I mean, Tobias could not be happier because he's just fumbled that line out himself, and then there's a rare mistake from a well-oiled machine that had been operating. Good sacking from the visiting team, but clearly not good enough as they got out of that mess in a way, one or the other.
Energy levels of 8th man JP Alberts has been on another level here in this game. He's been popping up just about everywhere. Iman Boerdestein this time looking to stump cut his way through the blue defensive line. Available again, driven back this time, but bit of a counter of their own here, Naka Bulls. Makwabane with a skip pass again, well taken. Exceptional hands there by the first try scorer of the match, Charles Goodals. Keeps it alive here for Naka Bulls. They're lining up once more. Number 7, Iman Boerdestein once again, the battering ram. Good work by the flanker. Now the bigger men from the front row will join the party. It's been really good continuity, very good ball retention in very trying conditions. And now a gap opens up. The man with the cleanest jersey on the park. You are now. Scrum off to Mokwabane for the drop kick. A little bit of innovation, and how do you like that? Out of nowhere.
The man with the cleanest jersey, he decided, listen, I wasn't able to get through. Let me try another role. Let me try the scrum off role. At least now he can claim that he was also playing a rugby match because his jersey will be slightly muddier. And obviously realizing they're not going anywhere, the College Rovers defense is actually manned up. They decided, listen, we're out here. Let's get anything 3, 5, or 7, which at this point they got.
End of the first half. Makwabane's found his range. He's slotted over a couple of conversions and that drop kick as he stood in the pocket late in that first half. Excellent little pass there. It was, in fact, a pass from Marcel Himman, the left winger. But at the end of 40 minutes, it's the dominance of Pretoria over the men from Durban. Naka Bulls lead the College Rovers 20-zip after the first 43 tries to 0 here in the first match of the WSB Easter Club Rugby Festival from the home of Harlequins in the nation's capital.
What? Everything we've got here is wet. Even our jock straps are wet.
Welcome back, second half time here in what has been a magnificent match at the home of Harlequins in Pretoria. It's the men from the capital playing from right to left in yellow. The Naka Bulls who lead the men from Durban. College Rovers 20-0 after an impressive battle up front that has been dominated by the men from Pretoria. Exit play there by Rovers. They've made a couple of changes already after a hapless Lawrence Ipaka first half.
Certainly agree with you. I mean, it's very important now that actually they probably one team that needed could change a lot of things is the College Rovers, and the Nakabala guys is like, guys, it's working. Keep on doing it until they really challenge us. I see obviously Nico Duplessis, pardon, Daniel Stokes have come on. I mean, player 22 Simunya Nyoka has come on to actually add some weight into that fray, but it's not going to help if the forwards are not bringing their weight or their bacon to the party as well, because at this point in time, that's where the confidence is coming from. The Nakabala's confidence is coming from that area, and their confidence is taken away from that area.
It's just been a marauding rather yellow mass, and now looking to join the line at some pace is Goedals. But that man in the number 4 jersey, Marco Palvi, in the right place at the right time.
No, I'm telling you, this man has been taking scalps. It's not the first casualty that has come to that shoulder, and he's been slaughtering them, and they have to think twice next time they run into that channel. I suppose the grasses actually have done the job for him. Luckily, he didn't lose too much height that he actually end up in a very dangerous position in the shoulder head injury.
Well, I tell you what, his teammate, the hooker, Marley Ford, has a nickname of the Butcher. Not sure what Marco Palvi's nickname is, but it's damn near something close to that. It has to be. So change at scrum off for Rovers. Gerardo Yars, replaced here by Sinovuyo Nyoka, was a late replacement in the squad, by the way, after the side arrived yesterday. A little bit messy once more, and it's Naka Bulls' ball. It's the kind of territory they want to be in. It's the kind of position that they've been dominating, because there's bound to be a scrum ensuing from this. No, skipper says, you look for that corner.
Yeah, no, why would you change the working remedy? Get as much as you can take in this thing until they start challenging us, until they start actually matching up. At this point, they're not matching up the draft, they're not matching up the scrums. And the probably area that's open, I mean, the Lucies are probably frustrated. Nonto, Zwane, and Mwango are really pedaling backwards, and they have to handle balls. Look at that scrum, it's backpedaling at 100 miles an hour. Number 8 has to do magic, even do a double roll, handoff in the process, try to buy time for some reinforcements, which is not happening. Obviously here with a shorter line out that the Nakabala gonna go with.
Finds his man with the plum, and how impressive as the throwing in from the line out's been, and it's a try. So simple, so easy. Good throw up front, possession on the blind. And it's that man, Primo Ngube, finds his way over the try line.
Certainly primo decision, primo execution, because that's the most difficult thing to do. I mean, you don't have to be too flash with weather like this. Look at this, he had to lip over guys, go through the reserve hooker, and actually go get that try. This is a man who's actually living it up at the moment. His scrums are going well, his confidence is oozing, so what else? We might as well strike scoring tries.
Still had to step on the outside and take 3 men over the line with him. That was fantastic.
Yeah, now, like I said, it's not an easy thing to do with a wet wall ball like that, to do a fancy move like that. And obviously they're trying new things as well, regardless of the conditions. For them to work in this condition, what would they do in a drier condition?
Primo Ngube, born in Bulawayo, student of Cornwall Hill College. Spent time at Tuks as well. Mabane with clearly a clean jersey, with a backup jersey. And why not, after that drop kick to end the first half? Looking for 2 more here. Does it curl in? Just not enough. 2 points gone a begging.
That's what you call a general, is directing the show. He's not getting in the mix of things. He's just sending people to the right places, and he does what he needs to do. The only thing that's probably dirty is his pink boots. And the only ones have been doing most of the job, and he's been doing very well. I mean, this man has been taken off, but does that mean their scrum is going to improve, because it's not a problem. The whole pack is actually under siege. Taking one man up, I hope the next one is going to really make a difference.
Captain Jared Crouch spoke before the game about wanting to dedicate this match to the flood victims in KZN. I'm afraid they've struggled here this afternoon. Let's dedicate this entire tournament, this entire experience, to every person who's lost a home, who's lost a loved one in the floods in KZN. Just ahead of this Easter weekend. So, scrappy play from Rovers once more.
I mean, Udo, we've been busy for 45 minutes. It's very rare that you see front rowers and props and hookers having a smile, full smile in a game like this. I mean, these guys should be tired at this point. That's how much confidence they're getting from actually enjoying what they're doing. And when it's working, there's no time for people to get tired. That's exactly the example. I mean, look at the opposite direction and how those other guys are feeling. Despondent, nothing is working. Look at this, a simple catch.
Foot race between Masuli Mwango and his opposite number. It was Mwango who just knocked that one on. What do you think they're going to do with this line-out, Lawrence Apaka? No prizes.
A short line-out is going to be a question. Is it the front, middle, or back? It's at the middle. And let's go for a drive.
It's as if that ball is bone dry. That's how good the control by the hook has been. Sydney Tobias. He peels off now. Takes three defenders with him. Edging closer towards the try line. Bastic with a short little pass to... What a knockoff that was to Ruan Grundling, the captain. He carries it up a meter or so. They've controlled the ball so well. They've taken it through the phases in near difficult, impossible conditions, but stripped away this time by Rovers. The referee is right there. Perfect vantage point. Up the field now by Ruben van Blerk. He gets a good skip and a bounce, but he won't get it outfield, will he? Yes, he did indeed.
That's the kind of stuff normally you'll see in Europe, where they actually allow a bit of contest on the ground. When there's a player over a player like that on the ground, it's considered a ruck. But in this instance, the referee actually allowed him to go in secondary and steal that ball. I mean, the reserve scrum half came in there and actually took the ball, turned it over for the team. Exactly what a good time for them to get. I mean, it's been a while. They've been pushed back every time. They're back over the halfway line. But the ball is still in the team in yellow. What do you call it? What color yellow is that?
Canary yellow.
Oh, canary yellow, that one.
Camo
yes.
yellow, if you look at the pattern. And they've been in a battle, and they've ruled the roost here this afternoon. To the back, clean possession once more. Made available beautifully there by Himan Boerdestein. Oh, what a step that is. Inside, outside. There was an errant foot there. Referee not seeing it.
I don't understand.
Rather fortunate for Rovers there.
I don't understand how you didn't see it. It was right actually in line. That player is not rolling away. He's the one who caused the ball to come out the way it did. But suppose now he's going to give that penalty very easily, making up for that one that he missed.
Just no support anywhere near that loose forward who went down there. Now carried by the try scorer in the first half, Brendan Swart. Driven back, but still Nakabul's ball. Plastic there, Juan van der Versteysen.
I think I'm sorry there, but that's a wrong call to make. There was a tackling player that was running in line of that ball to actually be emerging, and for a player to come in allowed to steal that ball, it's actually wrong. First player that needs to roll out is the attacking player who needs to get out of the way so the ball can be exposed. Unfortunately, he missed it. I think it's the second time that he missed it. I thought that one was just a mere mistake, but I don't think he's counting those one to effect.
Looks like Ruben van Blerk, the fullback for Rovers, has added the jersey change as well. Clean as a whistle. Lovely carry here now by Rovers. Can they get something going? Stopped dead in his tracks. Nyoka. Lovely little give by Mesuli Mwango. And now this looks promising. Shane Ball on the ball there. Nyoka gets it going very quickly. Lovely little pass inside by Inikhadebe. But I'm afraid the man who was sat out for 10 minutes in the first half, Sergio Torrens, just could not hold on to it. Perhaps the sin bin was playing on his mind there.
And all he had to do was hold on to the ball. There was no defender. Inikadebe was already done the job. And he realized what a mistake he's made. Look at this. He takes on the line. Nice and flat. Commit 2 players. And look, no one in front of him.
In the basket and out.
He'll never get an easier try in his life.
He's
and I
dropped
suppose
the Easter egg over Easter weekend, I'm afraid.
I know this one was certainly needed to be caught. And to get that egg actually scrambled. At this point in time, since they'll still be havering that egg, maybe into something special later on.
It looked so promising. I just wonder your thoughts here on Nyoka coming onto the field and just the line speed that they seem to have now on attack.
No, it makes a difference as well. A combination 9 and 10 is actually key. Even Inikadebe, the minute you could run that ball that flat, it's very important. But this is for me sensing in trouble. Replacement player, player 20. Remember, player 23. Is in number 18 actually, the reserve prop, which actually stabilized enough. I think the scrum collapsed, but at least that gives them still room to maneuver to get out of the 22.
Roger Zondi, CZ Zondi coming onto the field just to bolster the front row. Sexy little play here. Pity about the whistle. I'd love to have seen how that would have ended. Juan now in possession, and now we'll have another yellow card. Second of the match.
Yeah, and I think this was basically ill discipline, a bit of bad chat. I think they were giving the ref a bit of 2 cents of their opinion, and he didn't have it. I mean, you've got a ball, you're going forward. That's just bad ill discipline from the big man, Stefan Vermeulen, and unnecessary, disrupting the movement that they were having as a whole team.
Nearly a case of mistaken identity there, because it was the vice captain, Johan Grobler, who said, "Who, me?" As we saw there, it's Stefan Vermeulen who eventually had to go off. Now, attacking the line once more. The best position they've had on attack all game for Rovers. They need clean possession behind this ruck. They seemingly will get it. Yeah, still their possession. In fact, once again, it's that spot where the try line just completely disappears. College Rovers seem to have gone over here. It was in fact Johan van der Westhuizen who gets to sit out for 10 minutes, but in the process, we've had the first score of the match for Rovers. Still battling from a long way back, but at least they've got a 5-pointer and a conversion. Rounded off there by Inikadebe. Let's just have a look at the try here again. It's that man, their best play in the first half. Marco Palvi seems to have gone all the way. Got it down. Referee was in a good position.
Hey, with all those palo bodies, is it a number 4 lock or is it someone else got a try?
Well, they'll get word from a man on the field in a bit, but it looked like Marco Palvi had made the run over the try line and dotted down there. They'll get confirmation for you. Lovely clean take here by Rovers. Just the start of the second half that they needed.
Yeah, unfortunately, that also not gone wasted. I mean, the new player came in, collected nicely, not controlled the drag time. Ref felt like they were actually sealing the ball, and they gave it back to Nakabala. Nakabala needs to go back to the drawing board, go back to what was working for them now. They've got one less man. Is that going to be affected in terms of how they control their scrum and the draft? Obviously, it doesn't jump in the lineout. They use a bit lighter guys to pick up and obviously get the lineouts. He's more the battering ram in the open run when they're actually running up the ball. And obviously, the lineout is going to come. It's a short lineout. It's a 5 or 4. At this point, it seems like a 5+1, which tends to mean that when they've got a flank outside or forward, they're definitely going to drive. I don't think that guy's going to pass.
That man in the high visibility jacket has been one of the most important figures on the field. He's kept the ball dry at line out time. It's allowed an exceptional hooker with a really good talent of finding his man in the line out. Certainly Tobias to do what he does best. And now it's available there. Carry once more. Elastic to Tobias. He's got 4 men on him. Just needs to roll over on the right side and make it available, which he does. That defensive line, did they jump too quickly? Referee says knock on.
No, they were playing under advantage. They've lost that one forward, but from the line out, the thing that fancied what you call shift drive, they call it. And then obviously that happened. After that, the guys were offside. And then, I mean, look at the same man that collapsed the mall. He's the one that actually is just playing hands in the ground again. That is a secondary penalty. The first penalty happened here from the drive that they got. And they're going to go again. It's been working for them in the first half. I think now they will be trying new things. They need to simplify it again if they want to push the scoreboard, unless they're happy with how they're operating at the moment.
Well, I say 15 minutes into the second half here, what we haven't seen is a composed Bull side as we saw in the first half. Naka Bulls pretty much in charge of every facet of the game across the first 40. And the lineouts have still been good. They've just been unsettled a little bit by what Rovers have done at the start of this second half at least. So we'll see another change here for them. Looks like that man Daniel Bowota comes off.
Yeah, probably the fresh legs is very crucial here. See if these guys are going to make a difference. It's very important. Your bench is supposed to supplement and inject some energy into the team. And then the fresh legs, I think they've got a height in the lineup as well. That could be key. But then if not going up with all that height, means nothing as well.
Now the drive ensues. It's been predictable. You can telegraph. It's been telegraphed, but still very difficult to defend against. Much better this time by Rovers. Shoved back, ball in the hands there of Edgard Boshoff, and it's lost, I'm afraid. Turnover.
Yeah, I know that Mr. Rev is deeming that as a knock-on, but I think the replacement there, Mr. Stembi Somhlongo, with his whole tall timber scenario, you can see the hustling and actually trying to battle and obviously pulling and dragging as much as he could, and over that disrupted the flow because the scrum half was not looking where the ball was when he was about to say Kobastic, and he actually lost contact with the ball as well because there was the other foreign hands in the mix that they didn't need, and it was very key to protect the ball in the process. But that being said, pressure scrum, we know how dominant they were in the first half. Do they actually keep on going, or do the new guys actually step it up a little bit? Nice setup. Now using all that 140 kilograms to drop it down, drop it down backwards, that usually should be considered a penalty, but the referee is happy to let it go and let the boys play.
Which Rovers are doing now. Possession in the middle of the park. Inichadebe with it. Just a little bit of a hospital pass there, but how well did that man do to get it away? Now Sergio Torrens carries it upfield. And Nyoka, scrum half has come on. Substitute has made an immediate impact. They are flaying this ball from one side to the other. Lovely little step on the inside by the replacement hooker now. What a fantastic carry that was by Nsika Fisanti.
After he took a ball that was supposed to be a pass behind his back earlier, which he managed to control under circumstances. But I suppose now at this stage, probably fatigue playing a role as well. I mean, a simpler pass, he decides to drop cold, which doesn't make sense. I mean, we've got a flyer like Inichadebe, who's a distributor of note with some quality. Look how he's putting people in space. And look at this. I mean, obviously, with this bit of a switch as well. I mean, now look how beautiful that switch is. Not only did he take a good switch, but he's showing a bit of good step and obviously a bit of step as well. That was well done. He took out about 4 guys with all in one move. Look at this pass. Nice breadbasket situation. But I think he was just not ready to handle it. You know, it's very difficult, I mean, at this stage. I mean, that ball didn't hit the ground. I mean, if he can pass it like that, I'm sure he can catch it.
We've seen too many eggs dropped over the Easter weekend today. But understandable in these conditions. You can actually hear the rain. Bastic with a mistake, and Rovers will capitalize. Now, Naka Bulls have to just be a little bit careful because they look a bit weary. They look a bit tired, and they put plenty in physically in that first half. Are they beginning to tire and allowing more opportunities here for Rovers?
Yeah, you can see the standard of scrummaging is lowered as well. I think this team He's still good enough to actually continue scrumming, but I think the replacements need to come in. I mean, the tight end has been replaced. Maybe Ngube was such an X factor in that whole setup that now when he's gone, technique-wise, his thing is not the same. And the other guy who's come on, replacement, is JC Conradi. He's not probably as good. He's a bigger man, but the problem comes down to technique, how to use it. He hips are dropping nicely, but the thing is, he's scrumming upwards. That is actually good as well this point in time. Look at Ini handling that situation.
Ruben van Blark with a kick through. His opposite number, Juan Nal, just bumping his man off. And now a little bit of aggression. We'll have some handbags there now. That simply is not allowed. That's Juan Nal not happy with the treatment there from number 17, Jonathan Dayton.
I don't understand why he's not happy, man. It was an attempted tackle and left, but he realized the whistle went. He actually assisted him to go down. And just a little bit unnecessary frustration from Nell. That is really not required. Maybe he's not happy because he didn't beat him cleanly. That is a clean tackle, nothing wrong. It's a bit of a left, which is illegal. But what he does, he actually handles it, put him down safely. Now for him to retaliate, like a lot of referees will then turn the thing around and say, listen, the whistle is gone. He stopped moving. Why are you not stopping?
Yeah. Certainly Dayton didn't turn him through the perpendicular.
But I think what's important there when you do that and you realize your mistake, but correct it as well. And the big man coming back, I mean, I suppose on his absence, 7 points was caused. Probably that's the only deficit he caused while he was away having a coffee break. I don't know if it was a tea, was it maybe special water. But he certainly should be refreshed now. Needs to make up in terms of how he operates.
Delivery has been fantastic all afternoon, and he comes onto the field and makes an impact immediately, does Stefan Vermeulen. They are beside themselves, our Rovers, with that call.
No, because they're not used to it. Fanele as well. And I remember they did it a couple of times in the first half, and actually I was actually complaining about it. But the referee also worked in his game at halftime and actually has fixed that, because the first tackler needs to roll away. The big man Vermeulen say, hey, pass is full. And now this player needs to get away. Until he does, these two can really, I mean, even him, the one who's complaining, or Fanele here, he's probably the one instigator as well. The ref was looking at the other one was rolled away, and to complain about it, it's actually blown that rule now to the T, which actually should be a delight for the man in what you call Camayello to go forward again.
Canary. Net result is that Bulls have possession and the line out, about 7-8 meters away from the try line of College Rovers. They would be desperately looking just to return to what they did in the first half and turn secure ball from the line out throws of Sydney Tobias, which is there once again into a line out drive that has resulted in a couple of 5-pointers this afternoon. This is good control. They're coming in field now. Bias with possession. He's got control of it. He's taking the entire defense with him. Here's a Rovers handover at Bastic with a cheeky little pass. Goodall's into contact now. He needs to roll the right way. Does so as well. Bastic has a look. Give and go to Tobias, but now the Bulls are being driven backwards here. Ball is available. Taken up here by Nico Duplessis. Penalty to Bulls. Tap and go. The referee says just slow your roll a little bit. It's going to have a word here.
At this point in time, I think there's been a couple of penalties in that same phase of play. I think that he might have picked up, so he needed to give them a word. I think the latest one, just the player not rolling around. I mean, Tobias Sydney's been involved in a lot of carries here. Well, one in specific thing that you probably need to pick up what he does. He might not be the quickest man on the field, but he does get the yardage when he gets the ball. The thing is, he protects his ball. He moves his feet a little bit, and obviously this was a attempted dummy, which didn't happen. And then obviously after that, think this big man needs to roll away immediately. Obviously, a lot of players tend to use him as well to just create a bump so the ref can pick it up. I mean, he really couldn't roll away even if he wanted to because he was being pinned. As I was saying about Errol, he's protecting the ball. The ball is away from contact and it always comes out with the ball at drag time as well, which is very key. That ball needs to be actually managed.
Simply hasn't missed a jumper this afternoon. As Sydney Tobias, the son of the great Errol Tobias. It's had a sparkling game. It reflects in the scoreline, 25-7. But Naka Bulls, they haven't scored a single point in the second half.
Yeah, something they really want to change. It means is if the game of two halves, the second half so far belongs, in terms of scoreboard, belongs to the visitors, and then in territory, it's still their game.
And let me just correct that, because we just haven't seen them score with the regularity that they did in the first half. It was our man Priman Ngube, of course, who got a try early in the second half. But since that try to take it to 25-0, haven't added to the tally. College Rovers have since gotten themselves on the scoreboard with a try and a conversion. Lovely throw. Just looking to be too cute too quickly. And jersey 23, Nico du Plessis, more in aggravation at himself than anything for losing that ball. Goes after the Rovers player who was cleaning up there.
No, certainly said, listen, I'm going to take a scalp anyway because, I mean, that must be a fumble, but you're not going to pick up the ball as well. Yeah, I mean, another scrum opportunity. I mean, there's not much of a right to work with, but if Mr. Tobias talks to the new man and the man who's slightly Nico du Plessis, who's kind of frustrated currently, he needs to make sure that he puts in a big hit here so they can put that scrum, the whole scrum, just on his back foot. I mean, obviously, the just have come in, but Channel 1, a nice pick up there because it was a pressure pass and the ankle foot straps, and then obviously controlled. A better angle as well for the kicker, Inika Debe, which chooses the left side, means he's not going to... Oh! Woo! My goodness. Talking about switching off your lights. Esco, what's happening? His lights just went kaboom. Mionel, I'm not sorry, my beg your pardon, the fullback, Ruben van der Blerk. I mean, whoa. Whew. That was dangerous territory right there.
Net result, thankfully for him, that he was able to just make a mini recovery. Will be pressure on them with a scrum, so close to their try line. Knuckleballs feed.
Yeah, now basically now giving the ball to the team that's basically on attack, and looking at this situation as well, a good scrum. We've got a nice blind I can work with depending what kind of shoulder they get. But I think Bastik will actually have to assess the situation, play for a penalty, and then if they get that penalty, they're trying to scrum. 8-man shove, a scrum penalty that we're looking for. That should be a penalty to start with. Huh? I'm sure the scrum half was offside. He was past the midsection and obviously not controlling the ball at the back there. Number 8 should be guilty. JB Alberts, and actually it was his duty to make sure that he controls the ball at the back. And then unfortunately, all that effort that they put in the scrum has gone to waste. But they could just turn things around and just have a positive impact and trying to have a defensive mindset that's going to be very on attacking mode. They need to attack this replacement. Propos just come on the right hand side in Roger Zondi, which is actually been much better in terms of anchoring, stabilizing so that they can get at least a channel 1. The scrum is still under pressure, but here is going to be key because I'm sure they want to rectify the mess they just made with that scrum. That should have been a penalty scrum that they would have get, or a scrum penalty that would have actually worked. I mean, that's a nice zone, 5 meters they would have done. They were out just picking up the ball and dropping, ended up knocking it.
Yoka with a feed. Out very quickly because they know what's coming. Massive shove from the Bulls. They get it on the blind. Lovely kick. Can he gather? It's available to him. A little bit of football skills here. Still going. How fortunate was that bounce? Oh, and he misses it completely. Oh, my goodness.
How do you do that after all that work?
Woo. Besides himself. And you understand why. What an opportunity that was, that I'm afraid has gone begging. Durand Kromek
Well, a
pops
blind
up on the
exploited.
blind. Have a look at this kick here. Lovely. Shows his World 7 Series skills still available to him. One boot, lucky bounce, second boot. All he has to do is drop that frame on the ball, put weight on it, but eventually looked like a man who was freestyle swimming on this wet outfield.
No, and I think that rugby ball was very devious there because he felt it was stopping and he decided to dive, but he dived with one hand. But if he used both, he might have got the other one there. The man who did everything right, from the exploiting the blind that was not utilized and chasing down, even did the soccer skill thing with two legs, right and left. And unfortunately, the hands was not as lucky as it was his feet with his feet. Unfortunate, man. That was definitely a try that he probably deserved just for his efforts.
Yeah, it's raining even harder here now at Harlequins' home ground. Some good handling in spite of the weather. I'm afraid Rovers desperately needed that score. Given the scoreline, 25-7 the score. They're down. What a difference a 7-pointer could have made there.
I think reserve scrum half is not happy with what just happened. I think there was a bit of interference on the ground when he picked up the ball. He tries to play, but it's his own man. Why is he upset with everybody else?
Sergio Torrens, I'm afraid, accidentally offside there. If he looked at the color of the jersey, he would have realized it's his own teammate.
But I suppose as well, if he was trying to pick and go, he must do it properly. But he decided to pick and run when he realized he was in trouble, tried to pass. There was nobody to pass to.
Rare sight, another clean jersey. Jersey number 19, that of Nardus Erasmus, who's on the field now. Almost stands out like black and white TV stands out from color TV. Does the man from Pretoria, ex-Waterkloof High School student.
Yeah, and I think as well, people are enjoying the game as like former Springbok ladies who are actually playing club and Bulls rugby at the moment. I think also might have a game today that they might be playing, enjoying a bit of rugby in the wet. And I suppose these gazebos are working overtime today, and they look all of a sudden a little bit smaller.
Hats off to all of you who've made your way to the nation's capital for what has been a lovely start to the World Sports Betting Easter Club Rugby Festival. Kicking off with a match between Naka Bulls, the home side here. Well, not their home ground, it's Harlequins' home ground, but very much home in Pretoria are the Naka Bulls against the men from Durban. Who are in possession right now through Ruben van Blerk, their fullback. Don't know how he's kept his jersey so clean across this game. Nyoka with a lovely little feed to Inikhadebe. Looking for the sexy stuff. Sergio Torrens now finds the man on the outside. There's acres of space here. Pitter-patter of the feet in the wet outfield. And the substitute goes sliding there. Still available, but now knocked on, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you talk about a man with a clean jersey, just decided to go dive in the only swimming pool on the field. And I suppose we'll be feeling part of the team as well, because and opportunity, rare opportunity that the two wingers were there the whole day, didn't get, and he gets, and it was a pair of heels, clearly not enough, because he was covered by the fullback, and then reinforcements came in numbers, and unfortunately, that ball was not secured, and then it just got dropped cold by the attacking players were supposed to be receiving, and for forwards to be in that position is very difficult.
Yeah, credit to Joanal, the fullback of Naka Bulls, who had to put his body on the line there with a tackle on Sabahle. It looks like one of the most enterprising players of the match so far for Naka Bulls. The scrum off, Jerome Bastic off. He's had a great game. He's replaced now by Ruan Verveers from Help Mekaar School. Collapsed, and once again the men in blue are perplexed. They just have not been able to figure out what to do in the scrums today.
Stays in there. This man used to play flank as well for Eastern United, and obviously at Hooker, that I did work with him a bit. So he's completely made a transition now to prop. I think that he's lucky the ref was on the wrong side, because he's the first culprit who dropped his leg and collapsed the scrum. But obviously, when you're going forward, the referees tend to give the team that's going forward the advantage, considering that he was the one who was at fault. But I think the refs don't have special what you call it?
You may have seen something on his side of the scrum. Huh?
No. On that side, obviously, when you're going forward, the lucid will look to suspect to be going down, and you'll probably be in a hinging position. It's easier for him to pick as well. So that as a situation is complex.
Been impressed with the throws at line-out time. Not a single throw going errant here from Tobias. Kobani's had a good game as well. And now it's Swart. He's been full of energy, full of running all day long. Stampkar here in Pretoria. Immediately bench impact for the Bulls as well. Lovely little kick over the top there by Ruan Verveers. It's picked up by Kramek, the man who missed that try earlier. Now Pico Sobahle looking to wrestle himself free here. He's in a good position. Makes it available to Nyoka. What will he do with the ball? They just want to get it up the field. Inichadebe with a cute little kick. Will the bounce count in their favor? Cleaned up nicely by the Bulls lock. Here's again. It's time to another new man on the field. Nardus Erasmus. Kobane to the fullback who's joined the line. Still the Bulls with the ball. This is more like the first half that they had. Was there a knock in the process? Referee says no, play on. Now to Makwabane. It's now going across the hands in the back line, but knocked forward there. The substitute scrum off. And now an opportunity here for Kramek to make good on that previous missed try. Possession has been topsy-turvy, and now Swart, can he get away? Gets away from one defender. Oh, it was a lovely, lovely little break there by Brandon Swart.
That was actually a beautiful break. I mean, even had a good step into that mix as well. Like, he had numbers, reinforcements. I suppose the line, the 60th defender might have a say in that, because he thought he was in for all money, offloaded. The three players would have definitely scored the try. And obviously this game has just opened up as well. I mean, they've tried so many times to try to get Delemo Kobane's jersey dirty. Even in a tackle situation, he doesn't go down to the ground. He fights to stay on his feet and actually offloads. He's a very smart man, that one.
Well, we are in the province of the great Nasbota.
Which is very possible to keep your jersey clean if he's got a 10 at the back. So you just need to know what to do and where to play as well.
Another change here. There's Hendrik de Souza, man from Pretoria, local from Pretoria. Arthur Kloof High School's graduate. He's played Falcons under 19 rugby as well. He comes onto the field now. Into the death zone here of this World Sports Betting Easter Club Rugby Festival match. Time, I'm afraid, has run out for Rovers, but can they get one more consolation here? They played enterprising rugby in the second half, in stark contrast with the first. They've only been rewarded with one try. Lovely leg drive. But possession given away. And now it's through the hands and out of the hands of the Bulls. The bar of soap has returned.
I think Marco Rogers couldn't believe he's unlucky. I mean, that ball was in the breadbasket. Instead of trying to fix it to pass, he literally just left his hands like it was a bar of soap for real. And I suppose it is at this point in time. And this man did so well. He actually fought as hard Charles Goodalls, because then I think he just did one too many. And he had too many guys on top of him, and obviously couldn't control the ball. And look at that. And I believe he dropped his heads immediately. And suppose, I mean, the scrum used to be dominant. Let's see now with the reinforcements and obviously the changes, if they're going to go back to the glory days, I mean, that is a significant difference that you have in the starting pack and the reserve pack. You know, I'm always a fan of having your reserve pack, if not better than your starting pack. And then the only differences would be the engine room. See the body position, and obviously his locks is still staying with him. We can see the power. He's actually gone over and turn over the ball like it belongs to the... Oh, just gets worse.
Gotta love what JP Alberts has done on the park here today, and this time carried nicely by Echad Boshoff, and he's over the line. Hasn't been dotted down though. Referee says no. But lovely work there between the flanker and the eighth man.
Yeah, I gotta say it started from the front row, and the scrummer probably had to make that dashing tackle because all big bodies were actually running around him. I mean, there was no way he could have affected that tackle, and that scrum was actually devastating. Remember Nas Olivier, formidable, tall man still loves his rugby, and clearly this man is in agony. I mean, look at that tackle that attempted to make. I think he might have actually got himself in a sticky situation. That's always the case when a big body lands on your ankle when you're running the opposite direction. I think that's the kind of pain. But in his efforts, he actually helped save that try. Otherwise, it would have been another 5-pointer that was talking about. There's no way he's going to step on that the way he was talking about now. They could use the magic ice. At this point in time, I don't think it's going to work.
Be really sad if this is the end of the match for Sinovuyo Nyoka. He's come onto the park and he's made a difference. In fact, he's been the difference for his side in the second half. Be really sad if that's how it ends for him this afternoon.
Yeah, no, definitely that's the end of his day, man. A man who really made a difference. That's the spark that you need from the bench. I was talking about your players being even par. But then they need to make it hard for the coach to choose, so that the coach chooses a player on one or two differences. But then when every time the player comes on, makes a bigger difference, then he forces the coach next time to actually start him. Because you need to start like that, you need to start with a bang. And I tell you, what's coming next is probably 8-man shove. Unless the scrum half is keen, has had a conversation with the man with the cleanest jersey on the field to say, listen, as soon as that thing goes forward and the arm comes out, bring it. Maybe we want to do some magic move that we haven't tried today. Let's see if the scrum is good.
Viviers is fed. There's that shove you were talking about. Held up nicely. Now Viviers in the action. How's this for a leg drive? Still on the side of the Naka Bulls, or is it? Looking for that bar of soap in the wash. Yeah, it's on their side. Very good close in support. That try line is beckoning. Good organised defence here by Rovers. Desperate not to cede another try. Meters made. Try scored.
They just had to have that last hurrah. And after the scrum as well, they wanted to have it via the scrum. I mean, the man has been in trouble and has been in all sorts of things today. And he decided to close the day with a smile again. On a high, talking about the big man, Stefan Vermeulen, and well-deserved. I mean, this pack is actually deserved anything that's come to them, because they totally dominated the proceedings today.
The big man from Randfontein gets over here for yet another try. And the stronger of the two sides across the 80 minutes are finishing very strongly here. Naka Bulls just showing the power of the game being played up in the nation's capital. And beautiful scenes here at the end of the match. Fantastic scenes here. Camaraderie between the players, opposition players having just been scored on. The final opportunity here for Danny Mokwabane to add the 2. Should be an easy enough kick even in these conditions. And he's hooked this one to the left, I'm afraid. So 2 gone a-begging. And a fantastic end to a dominant display here by the champions of the Carlton Cup, the reigning champs. The ABE Midas Naka Bulls have pulled off a massive win here over the men who arrived in Gauteng yesterday on Easter Friday. The current holders of the Moa Cup. College Rovers. They've been vanquished here by the side in yellow. It was a dominant display up front amongst the forwards, driven superbly by the main instigator and organizer of that forwards pack, their hooker Sydney Tobias. And the men in blue, they've been beaten all ends up today. Ahead of this game, chatting to members of the coaching staff of the Naka Bulls, who said that on sight it looked to be a good pack to go up against, and that was where this game was won and lost. So they'll be happy that the Naka Bulls side made it a 37 win at the end of 80 minutes. 5 tries to 1. A scoreless first half for College Rovers. They added just that 1 try in the second half, but 5 in total. You have a look at the territory. Well, it's day 1, match 2 of the World Sports Betting Easter Rugby Festival here at the home of rugby of Harlequins in Pretoria. And we're in for another fantastic match. It's the Northern Rhinos, runners-up in the Carlton Cup just a couple of months ago. And they will be up against the might of Durban. The coming together of Durbanville and Bellville rugby clubs. They come here to the Highveld, to Pretoria, as the Western Province Super League champions. So once again, it's a north-south tussle of epic proportions. First game of the day saw a magnificent win by the Naka Bulls here from Pretoria, triumphing 35-7 over the College Rovers of Durban. And now it is Pretoria and the far north of the country up against the extreme south, with a team from Western Province. It's club rugby at its finest under the banner of Heritage Rugby on SABC Sport, and we are absolutely proud to bring it to you. And conditions may be slippery, conditions may be wet here at the home of Harlequins Rugby in Pretoria, but Baliki has been loving it, and I'm sure so have you. Referee Stefan Galdenes will get matters underway here. If we look at the lineups of the two sides, that's Northern Rhinos, of course. They are led by Patrick Hutton, who plays out at the scrum half position, scorer of 3 tries in that final of the Carlton Cup a couple of months ago. And they're still on the losing side in Durban. And I tell you what, we're looking forward to the opposite number there, Dion Tiart, leading the side from Cape Town. So there we go, play underway with Durban's kick, playing from left to right.
Line out option.
And once again, Lawrence Apaka looking forward to, if the first match is anything to go by, an exciting second encounter.
Organize them, please.
Yeah, the coaches have already mentioned in the pre-match interviews that they've actually picked a leaf out of the previous game, that this game you can control the forward play, you can put yourself in good stead in going forward.
Rennie Brunk with a good start there for his side. Lovely space through the middle of the park. Joaquin Martinez.
Stop here. Play.
Box kick now in behind the defense. We've seen quite a bit of kicking on day one. Will be a tactic just to force the opposition front row onto the back foot, get them to turn around, and then looking for forwards dominance. It's been the word used all day long.
Yeah, technical kicking, because you don't want to be playing the rugby on the wrong side of the field. You got to make sure you play in the half. If you do make a mistake, it's not so detrimental to your team, but actually just an opportunity to just contest for more. As we were saying, the first phases have been a problem. Line-out seems to be an issue as well here.
Picking up the field there by Johnny Veldhagen. Lovely little bounce, and it's going to skip out, or has it gone out directly? I tell you what, that water has drawn a line much wider than that sideline. Gives you a sense of touch being a little bit further away than it actually is.
That's what you call an inch too far. I mean, that was idea. The greatest lots of space behind him, but I think his idea was to get it there was actually brilliant. But the lines, I think, have just blurred, become 3D or HD, and so the ball becomes now very, very visible. Even if it bounces next to it, it went very clear for them to actually pick it up.
Just struggled up the line there.
Yeah, no very aggressive defending there. Now you can see he made a solid hit, and he worked very hard on out Gideon Tiart and actually pulled him out. And it's easy to pull him out because there's no drag. It's just slippery and slide.
We saw the captain, and you would have spoken to him before the game, Patrick Hutton, as we said, a scorer of a hat-trick in that final of the Carlton Cup at Loftus a couple of months ago. They were still on the losing side. Will desperately love to just get off to winning ways. Beautiful crunching tackle in the middle of the park. Durbal's defense is on another level to start the fifth year. Hutton gets it going. Maybe with Manga. Carry up the field. Slightly isolated are those players taking the ball into contact, but now there's good support.
It's been a very tricky situation. If you look at top section of Durban, their jerseys are very blue. So hopefully the ref doesn't get it confused when it comes to those tricky situations.
Shibobo. Lovely football skills there. You hooked that one around the defender.
That's what we call it, Samaya, basically just swirling it around. I mean, that could have gone terribly wrong if the other footing was not well anchored. But we understand the field conditions is not great. And then he hits the ball, hits the ground. It gets very complicated for it to get up. And then in this instance, let's see if the ball can actually get the ball nice and safely.
Rennie Brunk finds his jumper perfectly. Carried again by Joaquin Martinez.
You're off,
A couple of runs now already from the inside centre. Big boot up the field, straight down the middle. In possession of Anthony Brunt. He's got acres of space and time, and unfortunately that kick not where he wanted to post it. So massive ground gained here by Durbal.
Talking about too much time, too much space, and then the boot has got a mind of its own called shank. And that's exactly what it did to that ball. And bringing Durbal, I mean, that's a good purchase on the kick with no chase. Usually doesn't happen like that. But then another opportunity for Rennie Brunk to actually get his man. The line-out seems to be stable, getting their men every time. Good support, and he needs to close those legs a bit. I think we'll get a lot higher as well.
Now we've seen the line-out drive, a feature of play on day one of the World Sports Betting Easter Rugby Festival. And I tell you what, the hooker's name is, or nickname is Krief, and he's side crabbing across the field now with this line-out drive. making assured meters slowly
That's one
but surely.
sideways.
So yeah, the referee there, Stefan Galdene, saying sideways. And they're certainly going that route now. Should be available and needs to be played. It's out through captain Dion Tiart. Controlling possession here are the visitors from Cape Town. Standing off is Hendrik Weber. He now carries a meet or two. Tiart makes it available to A.D. Brink. Rennie Brink with a good little carry. Now on to the hands of George Olafir. Has that gone forward? Man in on the wrong side there. Should have rolled away. And is penalized. It's Ruan Janssen van Rensburg. The electrician from Springs.
No, certainly there, I think would have made efforts much better for his team. The quicker he rolled, and I mean, that ball would have been stolen. Unfortunately, that opportunity is gone. And I think Durban is going to take the opportunity given to them. I mean, it seems like a fairly easy kickable kick. Question is for us, it's easier said than done. And obviously considering the conditions as well. When the coach a bit anxious because things are not going to plan so far. So the wrong side of the field, the wrong side of the fence, seems like the wrong side of defense as well, and wrong side of the referee's book. So you don't want to be on those sides all the time, and otherwise it becomes very difficult.
27-year-old Luan Libba in the fly-off position, a chance here for 3 points. Draw first blood. Ex-Paarl gym player. Played for the Ikeys as well between 2017 and 2019. Left boot low and creeping. Flags are lofted and 3 points. Get us going here via penalty for Durban.
That name might not sound very familiar to a lot of people. Basically, it's a combination of Durbanville and Belleville have just combined to just strengthen their efforts to build a very much so sustainable and solid foundation into a club system. At this point in time, I think they're not looking too bad. It would be interesting, though, to see them on a dry weather surface.
They're currently ranked number 2 in South Africa. Lovely grab out the air there by the Northern Rhinos. And now the field opens up. Skip pass, but intercepted. Durban stripping that really good possession and territory away from the Rhinos. And Libba looking to gain some meters here. Middle of the park, and unfortunately through the hands there of Northern. So it's number 7, Atilo, who's dropped that one in just the wrong place.
We tend to say fullbacks when they've got a lot of time, they actually think about a lot of things besides the rugby ball. I think in this case, just the basket had a much of a bigger hole in it, and that ball just went right through. It didn't actually close the elbows, and as usual, we'll tell them those are basic errors. No accidental offside. There could have been someone who picked up the ball right in front of him. That's why the penalty there. That was a simple knock-on, and knock-on turned into a penalty. It's probably the returning players trying to actually kill it, not to actually let anyone pick it up. And almost maybe double players were actually running down on it.
Libba with a chance here to make it 6-0 within 10 minutes. Penalty number 2 for Durban. Gets a bit of purchase and loft on this one and straight through the middle. It's 6-0 here at the home of Harlequins. Durban stretching their lead. Yeah, you were talking about Durbanville Rugby Football Club and Belleville Rugby Football Club coming together for greater strength. It's been a revelation for them in Western Province Rugby. Got together in 2002, and in no time were 4th in the Super League. They've just grown from strength to strength. 2019 Western Province Super League champions, having beaten Marties in that year. They come here as the men with the reigning championship title as well. Box kick here by Captain Tiart. Lovely fortuitous bounce, and they'll carry now through Ruben Venter. man from Montague. Kept alive. Stripped there, I'm afraid. Joaquin Martinez was looking to just step on the inside. Man from Stellenbosch, and he got stripped of the ball there.
Which is quite unfortunate, because I think as is about to make that decision, I've beaten one player, I don't need to keep it any longer, let me release, and then a hand got in the way. Unfortunately, just stripping the inside center, Shaquille Martins, the opportunity to spread that ball, but he did his part. But obviously the other players looking on, mentally preparing, because it's going to be the difference if they're on or off when they come on in at whatever opportunity they come to go on.
Talk to us about these packs here. We've seen that forward dominance is key in this kind of weather. The hooker for Northern Rhinos, Malivius Manga, man short of stature.
Crouch!
1.68, weighs 101. Heads down in the middle there with a slightly taller front row of Durbal.
I tell you, that comes down, usually the shorter you are, that means you force your front row to go lower. And I think the double guys are a bit guilty there for actually scrumming up slightly. I mean, the whole advantage, they were going forward, but now the Lucet just scrumming out of his legs and actually standing up. That was an easy one to see for Mr. Rev there. That was right there to see.
I'll tell you what, Patrick Hatting, the captain, he spoke before the game about having to leave it to the forwards to do most of the heavy lifting. He's a man who's simply going to help himself when the space is available, when the possession, ball is in hand, he wants to run it.
No, certainly we know he likes to snap. Actually, he likes to run it every opportunity given to them. I mean, how can we forget that marvelous hat-trick that he scored is simply by doing exactly that. So why would you stop on your strength or in your favor?
Control it at the back through Tiart. Good take there by the fullback, Cecil Dumont. Just gains a little bit of breathing room, but good area here for Durbal to attack from. In fact, it was Anthony Brandt who got that touch finder. Rennie Brink has done well so far in finding his jumper. Can he do so again in a good area for attack? That one a bit messy. It'll be picked up by the Rhinos.
Offside.
Goodness, Rasmus de Beer going low in defense there.
Yeah, the big men taking each other on physically, and obviously the closer you are, it means they don't have to run that much. And that was lovely to see. I mean, the big men actually challenging each other and actually coming in low with those tackles. Man, look at this leg. Look how he's lining him up. Said, this is mine. I'm taking this. Boom! Double hit. 1 and 4. And then obviously that one. And then the presence of mind to actually recoil. Just a follow-up play from Smanga. Just slowed out the proceedings. I think he should have just let that one go, because already got some few inches from the cortic area.
A decent touch finder there by Johnny Valtagen. Fly off for the Rhinos. Man who hails from Carltonville. Went to school up the road from where we are now at Affis between 2004 and 2009. Played some varsity cup rugby for the Pucker as well. Smanga needs to find his man. It's a little bit of a juggle. Comes out on their side though. All's well that ends well. And what do they do with this possession? Captain Hutton is getting his men to stand off and join the line. A direct carrier by them. Good, putting it through the phases. Now the skip pass. That man pretty much flat-footed. He does well to take it up a few meters. Crash ball situation there for Rhinos. But have they lost possession in the process? Desperately trying to gain it back on the ground. Oh my goodness. Tell you what, a man would have felt it.
Jy kom in daarso, né? Wees versigtig dat daarvoor.
I think that was a telling tackle. I mean, obviously he had no time to wrap around. He got a penalty. He got a penalty for not wrapping around, but of the contact was so heavy, there was no time. But unfortunate for him, I think the secondary attempt that when he went around the neck, that was a bit high, and that's what the ref is talking about. We need to be careful. I mean, already we're dealing with some elements as well in that regard, because the field is also an extra element that they're dealing with. Another opportunity for Smanga there. They've gone in for a 4+1, and clearly they want to go in front. It's a 5+1, but they're actually looking to drive as well. Nice set drive. They just need to get lower. I mean, the loose set is too high. I don't think it's going to affect any change in that height. Needs to get himself in a better position if they want to get this ball going. I think it got stolen, but I think illegally so. The ref feel like there were some sticky fingers from the sides. We need to clean that out, and then obviously none of them guys not happy. Mess with their rhythm.
I don't know about you, Lawrence, but already it's becoming incredibly difficult, especially in the ball and ruck situation, to discern between the two sides. So one can only feel for referee Stefan Galdenes, who's the man on the field who has to do that job. You'll see from the backs just a little bit more, what is that, mauve, purple in the kit of Durban. It must be incredibly difficult for the man on the park who has to do the officiating. Smanga with an important throw here. Finds his man cleanly.
Sack is good. Use it now.
And now they own men a little bit in the way. Looking to go blind is Smanga. Gives it to Hatang though. Swings it to his Lucy's. Massive defense again. I tell you what, these Western Province players have come here looking to put in the hard yards and the tackles. My goodness. It's a fierce handoff there. Does well to straighten it.
Might be the handoff on the center part, but I think Ruben Venter there's like, no. Not on my turf, not on my time. You're not going to get it a second time. I mean, it was a beautiful telling tackle there to shove him out to the side. The Northams, now they need to defend. But the best thing here, I don't know why they're not doing a 3-man, because they've got lots of guys on their feet. I look at that and I think that was tantamount dangerous, because usually when you hit the opposing player, even if you're getting the ball, when your elbow hits his head, that's also considered dangerous. Look at that telling tackle. Sort of a double tackle with the fullback as well. She's shoving him out.
Back here.
Now where the forwards are very important. This is what needs to be a lot closer. Oh! As I was about to say, keep it closer.
It's advantage here to Durbel. It was that man Ashwell Bottas who had a prime opportunity there to once again just carry over the line from open play. Once again from that set piece, they've dropped the ball.
And I can't understand it with no one in front of him. I know you drop it cold like that. You can't be white line fever. You can't even see the white line anymore. So I don't know what might have disturbed him, because that was certainly a try all over it, and then he actually missed that opportunity. And the pass was brilliant. It was sympathetic. It was on time, so everything was done right.
Set.
The big man's head needs to actually that forces them to go in, because that's actually illegal as well. But obviously the thing, the ref is not interested in it. Is interested in that white ball to make sure how it goes out and where it goes. That's where he needs to be.
So Loan Lib has been neat and tidy here this afternoon. Scored the points for Durbel thus far, and his exit strategy, exit play there has been very good. Northern Rhinos yet to spark in this game. That man, Malivu Smanga, hails from King Williamstown, Dale College educated. Part of the Wusu All Blacks once upon a time. Ironically named Big Fish. Plenty of place for the fish to swim, big or small. That was a bullet pass going through the hands of the Rhinos player. Oh, an ugly clash as thankfully players go feet first there.
That's what you call damtiriri. But I think hopefully our player is actually okay, because his own player sliding there with his feet up and his knees up, with he was sliding with his face up, and I think that collision, I think you can see that there's a bit of problem there. I think the ref should just stop the game because it might just come back in that area.
The Tamtiriri you're talking about almost resulted in a Potris explosion on the field. And I can understand why players will think twice. That is a fantastic take. Well, they will think twice to do just that. Put the bread basket on the line. Follow up here by Hatting. It bounces off the head of Roderick Moses. It will be Durban ball.
Yeah, certainly, and obviously.
Very tricky conditions there. Roderick Moses missing it. And just have a look at this. Conditions dictate that perhaps you're not going to go in head first. And thankfully, that didn't happen on this occasion. My goodness, the collision there. And it's the lock there of the Rhinos. Left worse for wear.
That's an alternative for magic ice. It's just magic spray. Whatever pain you might have, that thing seems to actually just freeze for a moment, so you can focus on other things. And I think they might look to actually substitute him as well. But if you think about that, that was actually real lucky, because I think the knees went into the chest area, and it could have been devastating. But we're also glad that he's able to carry on.
Both sets of forwards just getting a chance to catch a bit of a breather here.
More happy, those happy faces and a bit of more puzzled, perplexed looking faces. I don't know what the reason is, or others are just excited to get to scrum again. And then let's see if now they can actually get back into business. They had a bit of a break, and it's getting back to the real business of things.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to ask for better weather for day one of the World Sport Betting Easter Rugby Festival. But the intensity has been magnificent, and the scrummaging on day one has kept Lawrence Apaka interested and happy.
Yeah, and I think they're guilty for someone that's actually slightly offside. I think shooting away from the scrum is not supposed to. But I think the double guys are very lucky on their side. I think the Lucid is doing all the wrong things in terms of technique. His bind is actually not in place, and then he tends to use his body, just stand up. That's considered scrumming up, so the ref is not picking up on that. But I suppose he doesn't want to get involved there. Not a lot of refs sometimes, they don't want to do that. Just as long as the ball can come out and we can play, they're happy to go.
Thanks.
Rennie Brunk with a good throw once more. Martinez now with the inside pass. Ruben Venter
Number two,
hold on to that ball.
if you push me one more time, I'm going to penalize you. That's the second time in the game now.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
The ball
Stern
is nowhere
words
near me.
from Stefan Galtenes
Nee.
to Big Fish.
Die bal is daar buite, dan stamp jy maar hierso.
Usually when the ref is in the way, we tend to see those things happen regularly. But I think he's not happy because he felt he was pushed away, but he was not even close to the ball. So there's no reason to use me as an excuse. And he tells him, like, next time you touch me, just touch me. You're in trouble.
Find!
Well, I tell you what, when
Set!
Liviwe Simanga woke up this morning, I don't think he thought his biggest challenge would come from the referee. Now it's going to be a foot race, but that ball's gone out directly, I'm afraid. There's potential there because with all the water on the field, there's every chance of the ball just holding up. At times, we've seen it skip across the surface today. And if it does hold up, then you've got something to chase down.
But I think if I was thinking like you would have kicked a lot inner than more out. But I think he was looking for territory with the intent of getting out. But you're right, there's a lot of water parallel, especially the direction he was directing. But he just needs to bring a little bit more inwards to actually put more pressure.
Juggled once more, but out on the side of Durbal. Lovely carry there by
Maul!
Daniel Boetas, the vice captain
That's
of
once.
the side as well. They have to use it from this position, and they do. It's Ruben Venter goes into contact.
That went forward, eh?
Unfortunately, as you hear from the referee there, handling just errant.
It must be very difficult when you're busy wrestling people here on the side. The other side, you got to worry about the ball. I mean, the big man, it seems to be in a lot of agony there. I wondered something that happened in the line-out post supporting. I mean, if you have to pick up a guy weighing 135, sometimes you might get unforeseen pains as well, coming from all sort of direction. Let's see if he's okay, but he seems to be unhappy. I think it's a shoulder area, elbow, or something is just dislocated.
So in that line out, when it's different, when I'm running so what must I do? Because that guy's gonna come
Looks like
and
Craig
In
Walker
a
though.
mountain of trouble, yeah.
and then he comes to me, then I'm not ready.
Extreme pain.
I know what you're saying.
Let's just
If he
listen
comes
in
into
here.
your channel, then I'm in the
Interesting
way.
exchange
But
here
at this
between-
stage, I'm not in the way because I'm moving towards the line out.
Okay.
Okay, so you can go just past my back. Okay? Thanks.
Does that settle it?
It doesn't mean you must do things behind my back. It says go past my back to make your tackle wherever you need to make it. And it was loud and clean. Also, with all smiles as well. So there's no animosity there between the two.
So let's just have a look at what happened to Craig Walker a little bit earlier, supporting the jumper. And as he comes down, you can see there just the impact on that right shoulder. And he went down immediately. So was there a complete dislocation? Certainly doesn't seem to be the case, as he's still on the field.
Crouch! Find!
It's a brave man, strong man is Craig
Sit.
Walker.
Achter die bal, Nero.
And Drake Weber needs to get that bind up, not just to affect himself and stabilize as well as an attempt to tackle. But obviously, yardage is actually coming very easy as well if you don't connect direct.
Stop je. Play.
Big boot by Valtach, and this time pops it down in exactly the right area. So that's a good touch finder.
That's exactly what a doctor ordered, and that's what we're talking about. If they need to use the field as a sort of an
Line
extra
is the middle.
weapon to control the ball for them, that's another way of going about it. I mean, that took one skid, that was
Inside.
it. But at least when it hits the inside of the field,
Line, ja.
it's very important.
Line is the
But
middle.
now we need to get this ball and actually get a solid drive going as well.
Comes out on the Rhino side. Captain Hutting is there, but it's a big chase down by Ruben Venter. Cleaned up nicely at the back for the Rhinos.
Zes
Be
terug.
lucky that the support was there as quick as it was. Hutting now just to clean up, but he's scragged as well.
Los hierso.
Gets the kick away though. Falls for Enzo Futi. Gets Eugene Bosman, new on the field, off through the middle of the park. Captain Tiart with a little swipe pass. What will Tiart do? He goes to the right this time. Martinez with a step inside. He loves doing that.
Vantage offside.
On the mark there. Now, a little bit of a gap here for Rasmus de Beer. Attacking the gain line. Hooker, Rennie Brunk this time.
11 again.
For Rhinos, they're offside. Good
So die tweede keer wat jy
position
offside is, jy's 'n meter onkant
for
omtrent. hoor.
Durbal to perhaps add to their points tally. They've got 2 penalties already.
Die timing was net goed.
Yeah, certainly, man, I've been in a serious pace there in that corner. But I don't know what was worried more about falling on the grass or his leg being taken out. But certainly, the ball was also just as quick out of his hand like it was getting in. And luckily for them playing under advantage, they've got an opportunity to stretch their lead to 9 points. And I'm sure it will give them a bit of time as well to take a breather. Because I'm sure it might as well as the scoreboard is not ticking as much as we would like to. But I think it's taking a lot of toll on those big men running up and down on a wet, heavy surface. And actually, I think there'll be a lot of tired bodies post this match.
Yeah, it's the kind of day where you need a points machine with a kicking boot. So far, so good for Loan Libbe. He's given his side 6. Can he make it 9-0? Even through the haze, that looks a pretty good kick. And the men from Cape Town have gone up 9 points to 0 over Northern Rhinos. Just look at the incident resulting in that penalty there. Offside, you saw him just go too early.
Yeah, and certainly that tackle as well, I think, played a role in not holding on to the ball. And luckily, advantage for them worked out perfectly.
What a take that was by... looks like really drunk.
Use! Jy kan nie dit doen nie. Jy mag nie die indication gee dat jy gaan pas nie.
To the letter of the law is Mr. Galdenes.
Yeah, it used to be dummy now. Nowadays, you can't even dummy with the instructions where you actually got a plan exactly to kick. I've never heard of that one myself, but I know you cannot pretend you're going to pass and then do something else. But he pretended they get ready for the ball and it passed, and the referee was actually not having it.
That's gone forward.
Vantage!
Good work there by Christoffel van die Kerk. Penalty gained once more. Chance to pump it up the field.
Ja, 8.
TR does just that. Up to the 22 or thereabouts of the Rhinos, taking them back in their own half once more.
The coach looking on maybe an opportunity to just send a different message to what we can pick up from this right-hand side. And obviously, you can see how wet the field is. The man needs water just to wipe his face because there's a lot of sand as well in his hands.
Yes, jou aanlifte.
Falls to George Olafir. Tiart with a box kick. Directly out. So a mistake there. Just wonder if you assess this first 20 odd minutes or so, is it just a case of whoever defends the best, forces more mistakes, is potentially going to be the winner in this game?
Yeah, I tell you, if you don't have a skill level that actually challenges you, because I think at this level, I think the skill level is not up to the standard that you can handle balls under pressure all the time. And defenses know when the wet is weather, it's easier to defend. So the more pressure put on the ball carrier, the chances you might come up with a positive result. He making a mistake or making a mistake of knocking on or actually unable to pass the ball. So that the fluency when it's wet like this is very rarely seen. So it's very important that basically keep it short, keep it simple. Even the passing needs to be different.
Goes right to the back there to Bruce Miller. Hutton loses his footing here. That's a little bit high on him, and now just crunched in the tackle by Daniel Boertes. The big fish Smanga looking to come away with it. He does indeed. Tough work there by the Rhinos hooker. Miller does well to keep it alive. Still good possession here for them. Now, can they conjure something up here? Man isolated, I'm afraid.
And now he fall into the tackle, but still high.
Yeah, certainly, I think mitigation immediately. It became a high tackle the minute he dropped his height with a tackle, leg tackle, forcing him to go down. So nothing more than that the ref feels. It was basically in the flow of the game. It was not dangerous enough for him to give him a yellow card. But in terms of the rules, it still need to be a penalty.
Hy mag nie die indication gee dat hy gaan paas daar nie. Ja, dis
now taking it beyond the 22 for Rhinos. An opportunity, a position to launch from. Haven't been able to do it yet in this game. See, that was Martinez with a good tackle there to tie up his man. But you've got to allow that man the opportunity to release. Messy, but fortunately still out on their side. Hartang with the fancy feet on a wet dance floor.
Yeah.
He clearly knows his way around this field because he could find gaps where there were no gaps at all. And obviously giving his foot opportunity to just restart this thing and make it a lot faster as well. And the big men are more than happy when they're having an action. All they had to do was scrum, line out all day and defend at times. But now time for them to shine, and they need to make sure they do it well.
Sniping through the middle there is Bruce Muller. Big fish once more, but he's lost it. Very good work there by Ruben Venter.
Stop. Now you can go.
Not the kind of weather for tricky footwork. Been saying it all day, you've got to keep it simple. Rhino's a little bit lucky there with Durban not rolling away. We saw Lawrence Zapaka in the first game. The rain was driving harder, but the underfoot conditions were a little bit better because the pitch was not as worn as it is now in the second game.
Now it's like basically dealing with a one tire that basically slip more than you actually would. Look at that jersey. Even that jersey is telling a story that how tough is it at the office. I mean, he's going to test how strong the strength of the jersey is, because at that point it needs to be torn because it clearly has been a lot of driving, trying for the guys not to get away.
Now that's Craig Walker, the man who was injured earlier. He's come back onto the park now to receiving a bit of treatment. They make him tough in Bloemfontein. That's where he was born. Old grey college boy, played for the Shimlas as well between 06 and 09. And they call him Malterki. Don't know how sweet he is. Lovely. Looking for the handoff there was Anthony Brandt. Hatton now gives it to Miller. Unfortunately, just didn't concentrate long enough to keep that ball alive. Out on Durbal's side now. Brunk with a really good ball and a crunching tackle by a man they call Vors. Specifically Sosibo comes in again. Huge contact once more. Just see a couple of incidents where I think the players so frustrated with the conditions that this was bound to happen. Settle down, says Mr. Stefan Galdenes. Just lets it play out.
Right.
Yeah, that's when you call about they talk about fire in the belly and ice in the head. I think some players have got it opposite, and they've got fire in the head and ice in the belly because they're not getting their way. I mean, you can see the big men taking big ones. I mean, it's been a rough old tussle in the middle there. You know, they're actually taking each other on, but for some reason they're not going very far because, I mean, the field is not allowing them. Not everything is at pace. If they don't lose the ball and after a couple of phases, it's just a messy situation. Hence, some of the players are not frustrated. But another way to actually take out the frustration, as Pisitler just showed us, of Big Vors, that basically there's another way to doing this, and he showed it a couple of times. Maybe they should follow his suit and actually apply themselves correctly. This is hinging on this right-hand side. Both players slightly confident because both of them are trying to survive. The loose head and the tight head, but we've notified the loose head from Durban that his bind has been suspect the whole time. But usually he is the reason that we could actually keep that scrum steady. Look at that nice long bind. Now he needs to bring that arm in. Not sink it, but bring it in to bring his shoulder nice and short and lift his head. That's the only way you can keep that scrum off. Otherwise, a lot of titans would exploit it and taking it down.
Now we've just seen the two props, Weber and Walker, hugging each other as Walker came back on the field. It's like they've been in a trench war, these two already. The match is only 37 minutes in. Much better this time. Much better this time from Durbell. Simple kick out. Luan Loba. Looks like he just wants to end this first half. And he does so with that kick as well. Both sides will feel they've been through a 90-minute war, and we've only had 40 at Harlequins. The conditions have been treacherous. But in the lead are the men from Cape Town, Western Province Super League champs, traveling up to the Highveld here, and they lead the Northern Rhinos by 9 points to 0 at the end of 40 minutes. Halftime score here in the World Sports Betting Easter Rugby Festival at the home of rugby at Harlequins. So 9 points the difference, all in penalties. But have a look, Lawrence Apaka, at the territory that Rhinos simply have not been able to convert.
Now, certainly ball possession is like even Stevens there. Unfortunately, Northern Rhinos not using their territory to good effect. I mean, literally. I mean, you can look at everything else. Penalties given away, and that's exactly the points that we got, the 9 points from the Durbell. It's actually taking every opportunity that they have, but that you need to use, they're not using well.
So end of the first half, Durbell 9, Northern Rhinos 0.
Who's 21? Just give me a sec. Actually, can. Oh no. Yeah, just call me 21.
Say thank you, goodness.
Oh, nice
Thank
better.
you. Jeez.
Yeah. 21. Siasake. Liasake. Liasake.
Time for this World Sports Betting Easter Rugby Festival match, and it's second half action now between, and don't be confused, it's not two different sides. Playing from left to right will be Durban, and the side in the red and blue jerseys, Northern Rhinos. They've thankfully changed their kit at halftime to lead to less confusion for all concerned here, as the kits were clashing in the first half. Kickoff for Durban deep into the territory of the Rhinos, who return the punt immediately. Very good take there by Captain Tiart.
Thank you for the safety of his 22. He might need to get some meters on that, obviously subject to the task judge as to how far that ball has gone. And I know double soldiers are ready to go. I don't know if they probably feel, I don't know if they feel that they're slightly refreshed with the jersey not have changed. And Northern's hopefully they've changed their mentality as well. Hopefully that's a positive start from them to start.
Hopefully the kit is as good as a break. Speaking of which, my word, just bumped off it there was Rennie Brunk. Goodness. They felt that all the way down in Cape Town. Ruben Fenton, my goodness. Apologies, JB du Toit.
He definitely refresh and mentally refresh of energy. Look at that, taking one of the biggest men on the field. Sit down, sir. I'm busy here. Please, Brunk, move out of the way. And obviously well orchestrated. And he managed to keep his ball as well. And Brunk couldn't believe in what just happened.
They make them hard in Alice Russ, which is where JB du Toit is from originally. Woordschool Frikkie Meyer, you would have been proud of that one.
Jumping across.
Oh!
Now looking to get his own back
Oh,
here.
no.
On behalf of his teammate.
Jumping across.
But lucky that the whistle had blown already. And if the referee will just have a look at that one as well.
No. I think the ref was totally not sighted at that. That was a late arm. A late, lazy arm that almost took someone's head off. And obviously was not meant to be malicious. It's just a reactionary movement after that effect. And obviously was apologetic as well. And lifted him up and made sure there was no, harm done. We still can do this thing. I mean, rugby's in nature. It's a very funny game. You tackle each other to pieces. But after this game, we might be sharing a drink or two.
Big fish, a little bit anxious there with the throw. You can't fake it like that. That will be Durban ball.
Yeah, no, rugby ball doesn't have a corkscrew, and then that's exactly what Malivius Manga did there. He put something else that was not supposed to be. And it was so clear because his guns are so big. I mean, he's got big biceps. And to cock like that, the ref will never miss it for anything.
I mean, once the trigger's pulled, you can't hold back. Good take there by Roderick Moses. It's a pity every clean catch couldn't be worth a point in this game because it's so difficult to take those high balls.
Yeah, no, certainly the outside center court found wanting in the rug management situation. Etienne Swartz was guilty of just being overzealous and forgot to ask for John to open the gate so he can come in, and created his own and right in front of the Mr. Ref. And he's like, no, sir. We don't do it like that. Try and find another one and give the ball back to the man from the north. Northern Rhinos get some meters. How far does he go? Yeah, no? About 10, 15 meters. That will do. Hopefully the man in the middle doesn't do his same tricks again. You must get the call and guess, not guess where it should be. Usually that happens when you do a throw jump and the guys decide to do a dummy. And then you can't pull back when the ball is actually bolted. No, but actually is laughing about it as well, so it's all fun and games.
Yeah, Smanga has a smile on his face here. Hopefully he doesn't cock the gun too soon. Clean throw, but straight to the opposition. Have they closed that gap, though? Referees think so. Smanga gets away with it. You'll tap and go as well. Involved in everything here is Big Fish.
Lay down, Edo.
For them to get onto the back of him. Smanga. Force carrying
Play.
it sideways. Big skip pass on the outside. On a dry day, that would have been lovely. But on a day like today, I'm afraid Ashwell Botha just could not hold on to it.
I think Ashwell Botha didn't want to touch that ball because that's a hospital pass. His opposite number was licking his lips, but obviously pulled back as well, realizing that this man didn't even get the ball. And it is just the nature of this game. I mean, that's how slippery. Then you can't afford to do spin passes that are actually going everywhere besides where it's supposed to go. And then just an opportunity, for obviously, for the big man to get stuck in again. And the replacement tight head there is ready to go. Probably the cleanest jersey in the business. And it won't be like that for a long time, depending how this can go. Look how excited Vors looks. Yes, I'm looking for this new bit. Let's see if he can handle it. Vors just keep his head up.
So Sorbo with a good shove there on his opposite number. My goodness, it's all out aggression here.
Yeah. He's on.
Still infield. Soccer skills, what a trap that is.
Hey.
Now the kick has gone into a good area just outside the 22, bouncing
Out of the
in
10.
favor of Rhinos.
Ja, jy moet uit.
But there were players in front of the kicker there getting involved in the action.
The little scrum half actually was in the unsafe zone. He was offside and they're giving the ball back. I think Durbell was actually made a hash of that and made a mess of it because they didn't catch it, and it just went no man's land and a simple catch. And it seems simple from where we're sitting, but I'm sure when that ball comes, it seems to disappear as well. I'm sure their eyes are also full of a bit of mud, a bit of dew, a bit of dirty water that they might end up to look at that. I mean, the number 9 never retreated to the safe zone. Look, it stayed right there. And then the ref actually picked him up. I mean, with the new jerseys, the old jerseys would have been able to get away, but not these new jerseys. This is impimpi as in new jerseys, and they'll tell on you.
Good throw, good take. Diarte a little bit high on that pass, but lovely little dummy.
Move ya.
Durbell on the move here. A box kick in the opposite direction into that vacant area. Good touch finder. Diarte, neat and tidy player, and captain of the side in that triumphant 2019 Western Province Super League win as well. Comes here with a wealth of experience, having played for Stellenbosch University. The rest of his club career at Bellville before they came Durbell. Beautiful carry now.
Release it now, leave.
Neatly in the pocket. Gene Bosman returning it with a bit of interest.
Yeah, sitting there, do a bit of covering there, and obviously considering that they don't run a lot. I'm sure they leave a couple of guys as well. I mean, look at that pool of water there. Even the bench is opted not to sit down because it seems to be close to the water, rather stand up and stay fresh because it is cold as well.
What do you do to stay warm in those conditions, Mr. Sapaka?
Keep on moving.
This time the jump early, not the throw.
Fine. He's on.
Lubba kicking it to the middle of the park. Bit of an aerial battle ensuing here. Held up there is
No tackle now.
21. Eugene Bosman.
Yeah, lost now, lost.
Nearly a collision between the two rhinos. Now Hutton makes sure of the touch.
What a collision that would have been. And the ball probably 10-1, leaving the ball there, standing in the water, waiting for the next person to come catch it, and obviously made sure. But obviously you can see now how many players have been left behind. It means opportunities are there for running, but then when do you run, how do you run, is going to be very crucial.
Charles Staples coming onto the field. Placement hooker. He now can't find his jumper either.
It's not flaky right.
Vian Schmidt, I think too eager there. I think he did a bit of a wrestling match after the whistle has gone. Then been penalized immediately, just letting the law there, making him sure that, listen man, here we've been doing it a certain way. If you're too energized, try to use the energy somewhere, try to burn those calories elsewhere, but it needs to be done in the right way.
I can understand why he's got too much energy. He's a biokineticist. Let's have a look here again.
Oh, what a contest.
Ooh. Ooh. That's what was penalized.
You must thank Vors, because that could have been worse.
He got lucky that Vors was in the way.
Yes. That could have been a red card, because if he landed with the shoulder neck area, we would have been saying something way more than what we're saying now in terms of discipline.
Ooh. Massive contact again this time. Huge tackle put in by the Rhinos.
Advantage is over.
Now that pressure on the field. Schmidt, he carries.
He's on.
Lubba, where does he land this ball? Starting to touch. It's the turn of Ashwell Buerta. Lubba with another return kick. Nobody deep in that pocket there. It lands almost on the 22-meter line, and Bosman looking to kick it through.
No, 12.
Brave play there by Cecil Dumont.
Cecil Dumont did very well actually there, because if that ball gone to foot, that would have been a foot race for the attacking players to just go score that try. Certainly brave indeed, and I think he saved his team a try definitely there. Look at that. Woo! Yeah, now he's brave. Alexander Oosthuizen, I beg your pardon, from the Northern's guys, I mean number 23 there, actually put his body on the line. That's what I call putting your body on the line.
Staples finds George Olafir. Jacquin Martinez. Some good play. TR.
Number 2 over the 15 before the line, it is over. Number 2, offside.
Referee Gelden Ace calls him to order
Over
once more. Penalty in favor of Durbal.
Yeah, I know them are ill-disciplined as man actually breaking the rules there. I mean, those are the rules that he should know. That's his department. And, and at this point in time, I think they basically trying everything that's possible to try. I think even the ref, even the ball was actually there. He had to move them away because that's a pull of the error. That would actually send some, don't want to actually get players injured. I mean, that screen, that windscreen might have taken a knock as well. Someone might be going home with a cracked windscreen.
Let's have a look here by the play with Martinez. And Smanga.
No, I think the penalties were from a line-out, not from the drag situation. So they were looking if see if they can play advantage.
Tell you
Tackle!
what, I've seen people after a mud bath cleaner than the diminutive hooker of the Rhinos. Chance for Durbal to carry to Christoffel van Niekerk.
Use!
Captain Tiart calling the play there. Substitute Charles Staples, replacement hooker on the field with a good carry. This one is held up and they're being shoved back.
Yeah, good contest on the ground, and anything that's slow. Anything that's slow is actually turned into a wrestling match. So if you guys have done a bit of wrestling before, you can see exactly what this man is doing. 135 is a menace to handle. And he got some few meters as well there in that process.
Jacquin, I'm afraid, has made the mistake
Number
there,
7,
Martinez.
now
But
off.
what
Shoulder.
contact that was by Rasmus de Beer. It's just what his side needed to spark a good passage of play. Just have a look again. Rasmus de Beer, as you said, all of 135 kilograms of Klerksdorp's finest beef.
And then that might have been the reason I actually got a penalty, because I think 3-4 men with him there. And then some of them were not in a position to even try anything. All they need to do was to actually get away and actually give it. Now this could be another opportunity for an extra 3. I mean, this is a man who's just been scoring them inside out today. I think his confidence is on a high. He's currently on 100%, 3 out of 3. So let's see if this one, I don't think there's any difficulty to it. But like I said, it's easier for me to say than for him to do. But I don't want to, sort of distract him. Because they call it commentators, because counted chickens before they hatch.
The first contact of the day was not clean, but he got it through the uprights, and it's just been getting better and better as the days progressed. 100% record, low creeping kick here, and that one is pulled to the right, so the score remains 9-zip. And Durbal with the first clear-cut opportunity to score points in the second half. So now, the equivalent of the Rhinos bomb squad come onto the field. 16 and 18. Form of JT Kronia and Tiny Masimola, who's not so tiny after all.
Somebody was lying
Hij
to
gaat nu
us.
weer verder vooraan, is nog steeds voor.
And certainly his weight is going to be required. He's also coming a decent 130 Ks. So this man, they don't come in big pounds, or they come in big numbers.
Hooking that one into touch.
I'm sure he's had better hooks before, but that everyone will count. Even the 5 or 10 meters or so, but it will count.
Kijk, nou al. Beetje vinniger, dan was ons reg.
Referee Galdenaes.
Talk about sense of humor.
He's been the bright spark on the field here this afternoon. Just mixing his no-nonsense attitude on the field with a bit of a sense of humor. You've got to appreciate that. It's been a trying day, trying conditions for both teams. Just saying to Patrick Harting, if he was just a little bit quicker there, everything would have been fine.
I think Patrick was just taking his chance. He was not really keen to do that. And their lineup has been pretty decent, so there's no reason to rush anything.
The replacement hooker, JT Grenier, can't find his man either. Durbal have the ball. Captain Tiart into the pocket for Lobbe to just punt this up the field.
Nee.
Dumond with seemingly similar touch finder in that he doesn't get it out. This time with the wall though.
That's more desired kick that he probably would like to see. And they're also under pressure as well, because it's a ping-pong situation. It requires from the kickers to get in position early, because they're trying to anticipate where the ball might be coming. But at this point in time, they could come from anywhere, depending how the boot connects with the Gilbert. Oh, Gilbert, you know the Gilbert is got no discipline as well. But just turn, flip and scripts on you. And then guys getting ready for line out.
That's a good throw in these conditions.
Oh.
Good work there by J.T. Grenier. Fine Victor Potgieter. That's gone forward, I'm afraid.
It's a knock on.
Trying to convince the ref it was dropped in the tackle, Mr. Ref.
Just imagine these two teams getting back to the hotel this evening and saying to the hotel, well, the laundry's waiting for you at the front door. Please have it ready before Monday.
No, certainly, I'm sure they don't want the laundry coming in there because they'll have to do more than the laundry. All the floors to the room where the president needs to go will certainly be a messy situation.
Never mind, slow calls. Crouch! Bind!
And then Van Kerk has got a lot of power behind him. Let's see if now he can actually sustain that. I mean, it doesn't help. The replacement prop decided to scrum A. What are you scrumming when you're scrumming A? Then the lucid prop coming in there, the jersey number 19. With that, I think they're gonna floss us as well because I mean he's got a lot of power. You can see he's well built. It looks like it does a couple of reps in the gym, but for the mere fact he's actually leaving his opponent actually away, alone like that and scrumming A doesn't help his whole team because it will break the synergy. The power source is actually being abused there because it's not going to where it's supposed to go. And I'm sure the attacking team is not complaining, more than happy.
Staples simply has to find his man here. It's one of the better positions they've been in. He does so as well. It's a bit scrappy, but a chance to control it. Carried up the field here by Ruben Venter. One of their best players in this match. But it's lost forward. Altachana.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Massive tackle put in the middle of the park there.
Light tackle.
Referee's
Light tackle.
blown penalty for late tackle though.
I suppose those top on sometimes they do create that opportunity for player just to get himself lined up, and then as he dives, the pulse is made and you end up with a late tackle. And then actually getting out of jail card there for the Northern Bulls.
As we see the first one coming in there. And then that's what referee had called for, that second tackle there. There's some good front football for the Rhinos.
Ball is off.
Hanging kick, but nobody for Rhinos really to follow up. There's pressure though.
Yeah.
Seems to be well controlled here by Durbal. What's the exit plan? Libba up the field. It's not going to find touch though. Good position here for Rhinos. They know. Atang, I'm afraid, just looking for a little bit too much there.
Yeah, the player right next to him to give the pass. But Asabes is angling as well, was giving the idea that he's going to run for a long time, which is unfortunate, man. I mean, I can't even call that the hallelujah pass. Like a strictly over 4-point pass. I mean, he was sending it all the way to Polokwane in that point in time, and which is unfortunate. I mean, a counter-attack that could have turned to something positive. And the guy that just got on seemed to have a lot of gas. Maybe that's why he was rushing to get the ball to him.
In the process, it was the fly off Valtach, who just happened to be accidentally in an offside position as well.
Elbows up. Crouch. Bind. Set.
And that collapses in the very first bit of contact. Just moving them to a place where there's a little bit more of a chance of sure footing in the scrum. We're steadily running out of that on this field this afternoon. Persistent rain has just not allowed any drainage whatsoever. It's continued to bear down on us here in Pretoria. Scrum going sideways, but a good shove here by Durbal. Good control there by the 8th man, Christoffel van die Kerk. And he's still going. Swanee side a penalty.
Backline offside penalty or scrum penalty?
Yes, a scrum penalty. I think the
Backline
contest on the
offside.
ground at drag time was actually fine by the player 22, who actually got in there and tried to disrupt, and actually did it twice to make sure that the ref can see him. He went up once, he said was not ready, went up for the second time, and actually got with the goods, but unfortunately a penalty from the scrum was actually still looming.
It was Ruben Opperman there that ceded the penalty. Site accountant who just got his numbers incorrect there. Calculation off.
You can see they actually bought enough time. He was assisting tackler and he got out of the action and he got himself free and went for the ball, which was legal to do. But like I said, the ref was playing under, the man from Cape Town was playing under advantage there, which now they're going to push it for line out.
Advantage.
Ready advantage.
One too
being
many in
played.
the line out.
Daniel Boertas
Yes, 5.
wrestles himself free. Tiart laying it off to Bosman now, whose low center of gravity hops him around that first tackle.
6-5.
That's a free kick from the line out. I think numbers were not adding up. I think Northern didn't count them. It was a 5-man line out. I think they might have more than that. Woo.
Bosman again, but he loses it in contact this time, and it falls to the Rhinos.
Advantage over.
Quick hands, but they're not really making any meters here. Now they do. Over that gain line quite nicely. Possession up to the halfway line. Atang swings it. And a risky pass. That go forward off the hands. I repeat again, Lawrence Sapaka, on a day like today, you just got to keep it simple.
I mean, go through the phases and the numbers there. They didn't need to throw that hallelujah pass. And that was actually putting the receiver under pressure as well. Because, I mean, the defender was like, okay, this could be an easy shoot out of the line. I can actually be forgiven for disrupting something. Actually, it worked out fine for him. And while they're getting ready for the scrum, I mean, the scrum has been doing well. When the knockouts come like that, 10-1, they'll get a penalty as well, which is in range for the number 10 to actually kind of slot in a Johan Libber, which is actually been doing quite well. And then a bit of a break there.
30.
I think someone is being substituted or someone is injured.
Just hearing them saying that it's Etienne Swartz, outside center. Etienne, the number 30.
Yeah, that man certainly not happy. As Ruben Venter has been in the thick of things. Huh? He's not a very small man playing around with big boys, so it means clearly he can mix it up as well.
Ja.
And his body taking a bit of a toll because of that.
Nee, die scrums is goed op die stadium, man. Time on. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Jacqueline Martinez with a good run. He's been carrying very well all afternoon. Van die Kerk now weaseling his way through. Supporters there. Dia gets it off to
Raak. Los, los, los.
Jan Schmidt.
Los.
Stopped dead in his tracks. Martinez popping up again, and now to the outside. Full of running is Dalen Goliath. Lovely little dummy. Show and go, and brought to his feet. There's George Olafir. couple of good phases being
Kayus.
put together here by Durbal.
Advantage offside. 18 offside.
As we heard there, 18 offside. The Potgieter who strayed.
Offside 18. And number 6 playing the ball 2 times.
And as you called it, Lawrence Apaka, good passage of play.
Genoeg.
And now a penalty in a kickable area.
Yeah, that does stretch the lead to 12 points, but he needs to get a ball. Let's rather not say much about the kick as well, because we understand it's not been the smoothest of operations. I think the only smoothest guy on the field here must be the ref himself, because really he was trying to mix it up in terms of humor, discipline, all getting in one pot, which is really a difficult thing to get sometimes. But Laba actually just 75%, missing 1 out of 4. Other than that, I think we could add.
He missed one from a similar area about 10 minutes ago. Chance to take it to 12-0. The contact wasn't great on that kick. It was a low creeping kick. Can he get the 9-9 to loft it through? Slightly better contact, and this time make sure of it. So double-digit lead for Durbal for the first time in the match. It's 12-0. Just have a look. There's that player having a dip at it twice there. And, penalty eventually awarded. So just a bit of discipline here by Durbal in the second half. Sitting on a lead that the Rhinos simply have not been able to do anything about in the second.
That was a beautiful exit. I think the touchdown even robbed them about 2 meters. I mean, that ball bounced way over the halfway line inside and then actually to go. But the ball has gone back to the Northerns now to try and throw in. But the lineup has been actually suspect. And then when you have it's a 5-man option, you need to do a lot of movement. I think the front ball is on though, if he can get it, which he does.
6-5.
Yeah, now Durbal not getting the numbers right again. I think that saved the Northern's effort in getting that Launat. And obviously you can tell the efforts of the field. That's also getting the big men cramping up.
What a take that is. Involved by Bosman.
Inside!
Something that reminds me of Heinrich Brousseau, actually. The form of that man by the name of Bosman. Eugene Bosman. 21-year-old, young guy, Brackenfell, Stellenberg High School graduate. He just seems to have this low center of gravity that makes him difficult to take down.
No, it certainly has, and sometimes how you use it as well. You don't run into people's strong points. You run where it's difficult. It means the tackler must actually hunt you down in order to get you down. So that actually helps a lot.
Stripped. Immediately the man on the chase from the left wing position. He'll have to make the chase all the way back, Dalen Goliath. Lubber, he'll kick.
No play.
Excellent take. Now chancing his arm here with this run is Dumont.
Tackle! Tackle!
Comes available though, very lucky
Stop!
there.
Yeah, certainly big men liking to play in the muddy puddle. Certainly some of them are enjoying themselves more than others. Look at this big man running, taking the ball up. So now you can't do that. The ball is very wet. You gotta keep it safe, especially when there's traffic around you. Gotta make sure you just get it safe so that number 9 can get it to the right people at the right time.
Through and away.
Offside.
The last gasp defense there. The feeling that ball would have gone over the dead ball line in any case. But,
In front of the kick.
Ted Kun just making doubly sure that the referee had seen something before that incident already. Just have a look here. Skip pass and Mitchell van der Merwe with a kick. Ted Kun just making doubly sure that the opposition don't get there first. The early infringement means a chance to take it close to the try line for a line out by the Rhinos.
I've been noting as well a couple of physical
Line is in
encounters.
middle.
I mean, Patrick Mate, we haven't mentioned his name much, but have you seen the men connect? And every tackle he's been making has been devastating.
springer op die
It
grond,
makes it
isn't
bone crunching every
Jumper
time he
op die
gets to
grond.
do it. So clearly probably he's got a nickname hit. If they don't give him that hit, they must give him now, because he certainly doesn't know how to. He does know how to use his shoulder.
Ball.
And an opportunity here,
That's
a
one.
rare opportunity, but not well organized, not well structured. So it means they're backpedaling. They need to get that ball out of the danger zone and get it to the backs and regenerate that
Use
power.
it.
And the ref is demanding some action because that ball has gone backwards.
How good was that shove by Durbell? Still Rhino's ball though. There's that man you spoke of. Unfortunately not able to take the ball.
Hy's fine now.
Patrick Mate.
Knock on.
And it's advantage to Durbell.
16 is
And
fine.
Gabriel speaking a bit of French after that spill there, because clearly you can see he's a man who like to put his shoulder down, but I know rugby's got the positive and the negatives, and the first and the unverse Susela, you need to be able to carry as well, and then obviously in that position it was very difficult. I mean, the ball is wet. It's probably his first ball he's actually got to handle, so his hands are foreign to the feel of that Gilbert, but that's a simple knock-on with a bit of fresh legs at front row for Debel, getting some Ethin van Niekerk. Let's see what he can, what kind of devastation can he actually inflict on Cape Town boys coming here to actually have some bragging rights at this point in time.
Crouch.
As things stand, they need 2 tries to actually win this game.
124 Ks heavy from Rustenburg. Jan Viljoen High School graduate. And he pops out there, does the hooker immediately. It's,
The
JT
pressure became
Cronje.
too hard. No, actually, he's lucky not to get a penalty. The way he popped there, it means the double guys are actually handling the hit much better. I mean, Charles Staples, and he was able to get underneath his opposition, and actually the pressure coming from the Northerns, but unfortunately the hooker, him jumping first out of it, it does that again. I bet you a bottom dollar that Mr. Rev is going to say, no, you can't pop up like that.
Bind. Set.
Ted Kun feeds. He pops up again, does JT Cronje.
Yeah, that's
The
pressure.
referee will have a word.
No, but the thing is he's saying popping up, but who's popping up is a question, and when does it pop up? Because I suppose he's expecting the defending team to be the one popping up first because of pressure. But then if the dominating team is popping up, then all of the players on their side is actually the one who's popping up every time. And I think, see, they're looking at him, the two.
Crouch. Bind. Yeah, loose it. Loose it. Op je lijn. Daar zo.
Yeah, and they're taking up, trying to actually salvage some pride here, trying to get something out of this thing. I mean, they're trying to put it together. But they're going away from the forwards again, which is going to be a tall task, bringing the big men to come operate exactly what happens when you go away. And the ref didn't see it, so they can still continue. Reserve number 9 coming in there to add his weight as well.
Ja, missed it.
Siasaka Sekwabe doing well there. Replacement Scrummy.
19.
Kept alive, yeah. Sekwabe again feeding quickly to just fly off, and so close to the try line are the Rhinos. Desperate to score here. Pointless in the game.
No!
Oh my goodness, right in front of the referee's eyes.
Play.
That was just blatant. Unfortunate. How unfortunate, but still advantage to Rhinos.
Back 20!
Stepping on the inside there is Atilo. Sikwabe continues out to the left. Altachan plays the ball down the line. JT Grunier standing off it. Sikwabe has it though, and defense so close in. There's really no room to breathe there for Rhinos. If he says play on.
Jij hebt hem gespeeld. Right guys, that's it.
That will bring us to the end of the second match of the day on day one of the World Sports Betting Easter Rugby Festival. The men from Cape Town, reigning champions of Western Province Super League, Durban. They are triumphant. All penalties, all of the kicking boot of Loan Lubbe. And that's how this match comes to an end. A 12-0 win after a grueling, tough 80 minutes. Played in, at times, crazy conditions here at the home of Harlequins Rugby in Pretoria. Had a very good opening day, and the men have travelled the furthest to this tournament. They kick off the competition with a fantastic win. It's been good camaraderie between the sides. We saw in the day's earlier game was a 35-7 win for Naka Lions, but even after the match, the two sides were embracing one another in a huddle together afterwards. And all of this under the banner of Heritage Rugby, of course, here on SABC Sport. So as the day comes to an end, it's Durban from Cape Town, 12-0 winners over Northern Rhinos. No tries in this one. All, as we said, points from the kicking boot of the fly-off of Durban, Loan Lubbe. And territory and possession pretty much shared between the two sides, but it's Durban who made it count the most.
All right.
The only man who could conjure some points today. That is right.
English.
No, you can speak whatever you like.
Okay.
Afrikaans. Should be Afrikaans.
No, it's okay, English is fine.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so Lawrence, we're going to have Willem saying something about the game today, but let's start with these guys so we can get them done, so they can get dry and out.
All right. So, Vali.
Done, we'll go to him. No, he'll do the man of the match just saying.
Oh, hand off.
Oh, okay.
No, Ganda.
Maandag is dan die lesaffinale.
Johan Leben, eh?
Yeah, we have four.
Johan Leben.
We'll have the man of the match.
Luan.
What do you
Luan Leber, number 10. Luan, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Just count us down when you're ready to go. Because I think the president of the Bulls is going to just shake his hand afterwards. All right. Man of the match with Luan Leber, and obviously there with the president of the Blue Bulls rugby match. Well done to him.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the hosts for hosting us today. There's much better weather in Cape Town, but we enjoyed the weather today. That was we played according to our plans. So very happy overall with the game.
Ja, en ek dink ons gaan jou na die tyd van.
Ja.
Ja, staan net die langs by. Okay. Now, get closer. Losing captain first. Yes, sir. Okay, the losing captain. Just a few words from the losing captain.
Okay, van ons kant af van die Northern Rhinos. From our side, from Northern Rhinos, well done to Durban, coming from Cape Town to Pretoria. Wet weather. We knew it was going to be a tough one. Discipline let us down on the end. To my boys, start of the season coming 2 weeks' time. I think we need to man up after this match. But yeah, tough times, boys. Well done to Durban as well. Good luck to the tournament coming in Cape Town.
I'll a few questions on the winning captain. Now the winning captain of Durban. A few words from you.
Thank you very much. Today was a very hard match. It looked like we brought some of the Cape Town weather to Pretoria. Yeah, nice physical match. 10-man rugby the whole day. So yeah, we enjoyed it a lot, and the force did a great job today. And I just want to say thanks to the Blue Bulls and the Rhinos for the match today. We really enjoyed it, and we're looking forward to Monday's match against Naka at Loftus. Thank you.
I think the president of the union now.
Just tell them that Willem is quickly going to say something about today and the tournament.
All right, just the president of the union. A few words from him.
It was actually a very, very impressive game. An impressive game in very challenging conditions, raining, very, very wet on the foot, but I think it all set us up for a major final clash on Monday between Durban and AB Midas Naka, which will probably determine the #1 club in South Africa. So we're all looking forward to Monday, but great rugby in very challenging conditions.
100%.
If it's a connection issue, you know that I'm not.
PTA Harlequins are dotting it down yet again for what is their third try here in this encounter up against the franchise from all the way from Port Elizabeth. It is the PTA Harlequins taking on the PE Harlequins, and the score currently is 19-3 in favor of the home side, the PTA Harlequins. Of course, at the commentary booth, my name is Tamim Chiako, and I'm of course joined by my infamously known co-commentator Reynard.
Thank you, Tondo, for that lovely introduction, as I'm greeted by some water here from the tent. Having to deal with some difficult conditions here up in the commentary booth, but you can imagine even worse for the players down onto the pitch. Absolutely dreadful conditions, but the conditions that certainly set the scene for Club Rugby. Club Rugby is once again on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the Club Rugby Festival, sponsored and brought to you by World Sports Betting, as we now see Pretoria Harlequins adding to that scoreboard. Lovely conversion there from Conrad Visser.
The game that we're witnessing here today is one that has much tradition and history. The Harlequins Rugby Club is infamously known for its history, and here we see rather celebrating the occasion with a visit from their friends from the north. The kick there, forcing an error from the Pretoria Harlequins wing, where it had such a good game. He did score their second and third try, converting and jotting it down successfully in the corner. The Harlequins rugby franchise is one that is ever expanding and growing, don't you think, Raynor?
Most definitely, Tono, as we see now. A classic clash between the two Harlequins clubs, Port Elizabeth and Pretoria. Port Elizabeth now on the attack, find themselves really scrambling early on, and they'll be looking to give some of their travelling support something to shout about. Tando, you spoke to the PE Harlequins coaching staff, and what exactly did they have to say ahead of a tough encounter such as this?
Of course, the first noteworthy thing that the manager did mention were the tough conditions, and that the rain did change the dynamic here. But he spoke a lot about his travels and coming here, and really did mention how Pretoria is a noteworthy destination for the PE Harlequins, and they have been treated to great hospitality here. It is the Harlequins' 125th anniversary, Harlequins Rugby Club, and that is what is being celebrated here today. Jubei there, the captain himself, leading from the front at the line out. Not quite leading from the front there. Is again the commentators, of course, at the play there.
Don't we all love the commentators' curse, Tando? Definitely something that always arises, but PE Harlequins finding themselves now with their backs against the wall, finding themselves in tough conditions to negotiate. Tony, you and I were keeping a close eye on some school rugby in other parts of this province, and we've witnessed pitches throughout Gauteng are looking in absolute terrible conditions. So the players all around the province really struggling to get used to these conditions. It's a slippery ball, it's wet underfoot, and especially at scrum time, you can slip under all that mud. So the referees will definitely keep a close eye out for that one.
I think, to be fair, it is a dynamic that the players do enjoy, a different feel factor. Rugby is a winter sport, and we are experiencing winter conditions at their extremity. The games could have been called off. The pitch is waterlogged, but they have chosen here to go ahead with the proceedings, which I think does play to the narrative that the players love this type of condition. You didn't see the winger there dotting it down and diving in the rain. One of the coaches mentioned earlier that it was a swimming pool, and whether we've commentated the swimming before, the player there making a fantastic dive in the corner. Levac to feed it into the scrum for the PE Harlequins. Levac actually playing alongside his brother here in this team, who's playing at 12 for the PE Harlequins. It travelled from all the way from the north of South Africa. And the home side here are at the wheel. A much changed side to the Harlequins side that we witnessed playing here last year, don't you think, Reynolds?
A side that adopt a similar philosophy to that of the Fiji 7 side and the 15 side. A real running style of rugby, less structured when compared to the other Harlequins franchise, the Pretoria one. But now PE Harlequins, of course, finding themselves in their own half. This game has been played so often in the half of the visitors. Really struggling to adapt to these conditions up north, but nonetheless, these men will be really encouraged and motivated to put on some kind of display. I know we've seen a decent turnout here from the crowd, and despite the weather, the people are willing to turn up and enjoy some drinks and enjoy some scintillating rugby here at the Club Rugby Festival.
Indeed, scintillating rugby is the term to use, Reynolds. PE Harlequins here being forced to defend from deep in their own territory. If you are just joining us live, the score is 21-3 in favour of the home side, the Pretoria Harlequins. Jotting it down, 3 beautiful tries, and they have an opportunity here to dot down a 4th, which they do successfully. A vital error there, costing the men all the way from Port Elizabeth there, granting a gift rather to that Pretoria Harlequins man. Easter is a time of giving, and the PE Harlequins have granted the Pretoria Harlequins a gift there.
We've certainly seen Pretoria Harlequins dominating at scrum time, certainly more comfortable to these conditions, and right place, right time is the case for Pretoria Harlequins. Fantastic work from the scrum, reap the rewards at the end of it in a rather unorthodox fashion, but they won't mind just too much. As the conditions get worse, the game carries on, and the scoreboard still keeps on ticking in favour for the men from Pretoria. Looking to add those extra 2 little points, and they've done exactly that. The flags are up, and it's Harlequins now simply, Pretoria Harlequins, should I say, Tando, simply cruising.
Cruising is the right word, and given the conditions here, they are indeed cruising, Reinhard Kuhn. We do have more Easter rugby on the show for you, and we do return with the proceedings on Monday. It's a whole fury of jam-packed Easter rugby, and it gets no better than that, and we absolutely love it like that. A kick there by the fly half. It does force the error from the Harlequins man, the number 8 there, knocking on the ball rather. A wet ball, I must add, so the circumstances are at play here. You're not only playing against your opponent, you're playing against this rain and this mud too. And the home side here have been absolutely dominating. I mean, you are the home side, you're playing one of your home supporters who have turned out in tough conditions. The onus is upon you to give a good performance, don't you think, Reynolds?
Tando, as you mentioned previously there, conditions like this do tend to awaken the players' senses, definitely something to get up for, motivates them. And there's nothing better than some rain and some good rugby, and that's what we've had in absolute abundance here, as Loak just waiting for the referee for that go ahead. Scrum time always taking some time here, as you can expect, but the players certainly getting a little bit more used to the conditions. But it's a fantastic scrum once more from the Pretoria Harlequins side, and the penalty goes the favour of the home side. Tondo, that front pack of De Bruyn, Hubert and Dlamini, putting them to the absolute sword there.
And I think it is the captain, that man, Joubert, in the touch there in the scrum, leading really from the front. Joubert, the captain. It does again just had a bit of territorial advantage of pushing the Port Elizabeth Harlequins rather backwards. I must say, the fact that both sides are Harlequins is a bit of a tongue twister, so it has to constantly be referred that it is Pretoria and Port Elizabeth. But we love it nonetheless. And it is that man again, Joubert, at the line-out point. A 6-man line-out, so piling really numbers there. Piling numbers here at the mall are there, and it is the man Joubert with the ball still at the back of the line-out, leading really from the back of this time, the captain. Natural leader he is, still pushing with the line-out. It does a break here for the flank, and it breaks successfully. The maul pushes and pushes and pushes and pushes, and eventually that pressure does subside, and they do take their lead now to 32-3. And it is a Pretoria Harlequins at the wheel here.
Pretoria Harlequins side really using their physicality to good effect, really using that forward pack to absolute perfection. As I mentioned before, those three front players, Dlamini, Van Zyl, Hubert, and then as well, Oberholzer and Shabalala in the flanker positions. Shabalala getting on the score sheet there, eyeing the gap, pin of a needle, and threading himself, helping himself to an exquisite try. As we just wait here for the conversion. Exceptionally difficult kick, Tunnel. The distance not quite as tricky, but it's a difficult angle to negotiate, and from where I'm standing now and from what I'm feeling, it's definitely a kick against the wind. But we'll see now if he can manage to maintain his composure.
The conditions there do get the better of the number 10 there, Fisser. But I wanted to say, while you were talking, that he's kicking up till this point before that kick has been absolutely phenomenal. Converting each one of his kicks. Unlucky there, Fisser loses to the tough conditions. It was a bit unorthodox last year, witnessing a club rugby being played with a different set of rules. Maybe the players last year didn't shoot for goals. The scrums were uncontested, so really nice to see those elements of club rugby being brought back. A pressure here from the men from Port Elizabeth. A slippery conditions here, maybe granting them an opportunity. Ref does call it a back. It is an advantage to the men from Pretoria. A massive shout out and thanks to our sponsors, the World of Sports Betting. At the commentary booth, just to add, Ray and I are very much betting fanatics. And what would you place the odds on the Pretoria Harlequins coming back here? The Port Elizabeth Harlequins coming back here, Reynolds. Club rugby does present that element to come back. It is a comeback game. Can they come back here? In your thoughts, would you bet on it, Reynolds?
Tondo, you're asking me a question now where I have to consider whether to use my head or my heart. My head telling me Pretoria Harlequins are clearly dominating this game, and so my money will probably go in that direction. But what conditions like this do present is for some brilliant rugby, but also some comedy for you, ladies and gentlemen. The odd player does fall victim to the odd slip, but nothing that we don't like to see. Decent work there from Pretoria Harlequins in their own half, trying to attack from deep, trying to get some sort of a counter-attack move going with Junior Malele.
the PE Harlequins are presented now with an opportunity to reduce the deficit. A very large deficit, I might add. Currently, if you are just joining us, the score is a 32-3 in favor of the home side. A 29-point deficit. A big mountain that the men from Port Elizabeth have to climb here. But speaking to the manager, they are a side well-drilled and well-oiled, a fit and equipped to climb the mountain. That is the Pretoria Harlequins. The mountain does have avalanches, though. What is the conditions today? Can they overcome it? Have the opportunity now to score right at the brink of half-time. Pick up and go here. A quick one from the men from PE as they look to get going.
It's the PE Harlequins now really flirting with their opening try of this fixture. Attempting to go out wide, little dummy inside there. Little spot of the gap from PE Harlequins. Substitute there. Referee just clearly indicating that the tackler was not quite releasing the ball as fast as the referee would have liked. But Thando, we see the desperation in the PE Harlequins play. If there's any time to score, it is time to do so right now before that halftime whistle. Clearly losing the ball in the contact. A costly error from the PE Harlequins side. A frustrating one, Thando. We've seen them make unforced errors throughout this first half. They're only making their own lives more difficult.
Look, they'll blame the wetness of the ball, won't they, Reynolds? It's difficult to really be accountable for the handling errors with these conditions. It really does require a different beast to prevail in these conditions. And the beast here is the Harlequins Rugby Club, the Pretoria one, I might add. A franchise that does stem from United Kingdom origins, expanding its footprint here in Africa, here at the heart of Pretoria. Look to play it quickly here, the men from Port Elizabeth. Scrummy, it goes to his loose head forward there, his prop. It does gain just a little bit of meters for the Pretoria, the men from Port Elizabeth. Unforced the error there once again from the men from PE, costing them possession of the ball at a costly moment once again.
Oliphant and Forbes highly involved in that move. Not quite proving to come to fruition for the PE Harlequin side. But as Thando mentioned, halftime nearing. Both times will be looking to, or Pretoria Harlequin side will be definitely looking to consolidate their lead and consolidate the scoreboard, managing the game to a good effect thus far. A real professional performance from the men from Pretoria. But it's a Harlequins derby, and don't we love a Harlequins derby? We know you do back at home. As they finally inserted into the scrum, and it goes to the 8th man with a pick and go. We've seen them utilize that option more than once. The 8th man there spotting the gap on the blind side, and it's forward the man. Decent spatial awareness, execution potentially not quite up to scratch there, but conditions always a role to play. But you're going to be noticing that Thando and I are going to be repeating the fact that conditions are absolutely horrendous here at the Harlequins Rugby Club.
What has been a prevailing feature among 8th men, I think across both club rugby and school rugby, I think international level as well, is that element of creativity. One would think that playing in your forward pack, all you offer is strength, but 8th men do have illustrated that ability to identify that spatial awareness, and the forward does so brilliantly there for the Pretoria Harlequins. Nice to see the big man adopting a different role, and the big man, the 8th man, does do so. And again for the PE Harlequins, just being unable to find his flanker in the number 6. They keep knocking and knocking on the door. Perhaps a knock is just enough, is not enough at this point. They need to bang and a bash at the door. A ref calls the ball back, and the possession is still with the men from Port Elizabeth. Speaking to the manager earlier, they did look like a side with much charisma, looking to assert themselves in this game. The manager mentioned that they are a side that is not looking to make any excuses, and that to them, these conditions are absolutely normal. A yellow card for the man from the Harlequins Rugby Club. The Pretoria edition, my assistant helping me there. And PE now with an opportunity to potentially attack and penetrate. They do have that man advantage. They are deep in their territory. Can they now make usage of it? Looking to reduce the deficit. Margin by margin here seems to be the approach. And it's the number 9, the scrum half, to take the conversion. Levac. From short range, Levac is able to convert successfully. Just narrow that deficit. It is currently 32 points to 6 with the home front at the wheel.
So now I'm going to adopt a very subjective approach from where I was standing. The men from PE Harlequins are trailing so far behind. Strike at poles almost seems absurd. Why don't you go for the line and potentially get a maul going, get a try going? You are so far behind. Adding 3 points won't really do that much of a difference unless you get 10 of them, but that certainly won't be the case. And PE Harlequins now really have to deal with Pretoria onslaught, crawling past that 22-meter line. Once again, it's Lamini. Fantastic run from the 8th man there. Sits one defender down with absolute ease. Lamini once more. An extremely physical player in the contact zone. A man that thrives in the contact zone. Lovely step inside there from fullback Juan Morstert. Looks like he started down. What a lovely try that was from the young fullback. Despite all the puddles in his way, still managing to put it down, Tando.
He leaps and jumps over those puddles like a frog, and it dots it down successfully. They fall back. I wouldn't so much call him young. Club rugby is played by a generation of players. Some of them coach, teach, but all love the game, and we see really their commitment to the game, playing in these distraught conditions here. The Pretoria Harlequins are really giving their companions from Port Elizabeth a lesson here to go on maybe and embody this philosophy of rugby that this franchise plays. A message from short range again, the number 10, Visser. But he won't cry too much. They are a margin ahead. It is currently 37 points to 6. A 31 points deficit. Really making the PE Harlequins relent that decision of theirs to go for poles instantly, quickly. They react, the Pretoria Harlequins. And we are up and underway here at Pretoria once again. It is that wing with a very good catch.
Junior Malele doing exceptionally well there on the touchline, but it's PE Harlequins now looking to forge some sort of an attack, and he's taken out by 2 players, driven into those puddles there, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it brings an end to the first half's action. What an exhilarating first half's game of rugby. We've witnessed both sides certainly getting a good feel of the ball, but one side dominating the play, both possession-wise, territory-wise, and definitely on that scoreboard. Do stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half here at the Club Rugby Festival, brought to you by World Sports Betting.
Let me check your final score. Did come back, but not enough.
Is it 91st minute? What do you support, Ray? Who's winning so far? Like one. Ray, what do you support? Who do I support? Chelsea. Nah, bro, the thing is, I can't make fun of Chelsea nowadays, bro. I feel bad. You guys are going through a lot, bro. You guys are going through a lot. Your strikers not striking, your club's getting more.
You say, who do you support?
I'm a City supporter.
Okay, I understand that. New York or whatever. But you know that whenever Chelsea has a shit season, we still give a little something. You know what I mean? So it's very hard to compete against Liverpool and Man City. And we can go through the shittiest of seasons,
and you guys can
win the FA Cup. We'll fucking win the FA Cup. Our club will be sold to owners and we'll fucking beat Liverpool in the FA Cup.
But the Ricketts pulled out they bid. So now it's
people
only
from fucking Saudi Arabia. Chelsea's hot property.
Apparently your book is looking at buying Villarreal.
Yes.
It's one of billionaires.
He's buying Villarreal, not Valencia.
It's Villarreal or Valencia?
It's Valencia. Yeah, it's Valencia because Valencia is the one that's struggling. They had to sell all their
Villarreal
players.
is Valencia. Sorry, Villarreal is semi-finals. It's Valencia. Sorry, yeah. I'm thinking Valencia, but yeah.
Roman Abramovich. Ooh, if he buys Valencia,
he'll make Valencia into a top 6 like that.
Top 6, top 3, bro. Top 3, top 4. You'll have 4 teams fighting for La Liga.
They'll qualify for Champions League.
Standard.
That's actual. Watch.
But the thing is, do you know who's going to give them a run for their money? Villarreal.
They're having an Ajax season.
The thing is, it's not even like, okay,
but they did win the Europa last season.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've been good. They've been good. They're disciplined, bro.
Where are they in the league?
But in the league, I think they should.
You must take all 3 competitions into consideration.
Yeah, and I think the league, they're busting the league. I think maybe they're like 4th or 5th in the league. That's busting for a team that's in the Champions League semi-final. You should be in the Farmers League. La Liga's bro. Did you see when they were like, I think it's a Farmers League, isn't it? But Bayern is a farm, like their Bundesliga is a Farmers League.
Watch Bayern come in. What do you mean when you say it's a really?
Do you think they'll sack?
Champions League, we didn't win it now. Last time they were coming.
And that's why they will win it. That's why you will win it.
Yeah.
There's no better time than now to win it.
Personally, it's going back to England. The trophy's it's staying in England. Like that.
That's when the FA Cup will win the league. It'll be a double. Who's gonna take the double round with the Champions League? Watch. It'll be a Champions League.
But I'm not sure. Like Liverpool on their day, bro.
I said to
someone, understand, bro. We're not gonna play them again now. We're gonna see them on the final. We're done with Liverpool. Liverpool has its time.
It'll be the biggest Champions League final. I think. Fuck, I don't remember.
For a recent time.
Yes, for like at least 10 years. At least. I don't remember a game. Maybe Manchester United,
Chelsea.
Barcelona. Maybe Manchester United, Barcelona.
I don't
Manchester
think
United last played. But
okay,
other than that,
fuck,
this is the best it's been.
No, I know.
No, they won't. We'll beat them. If we beat Palace.
France is scoring, Werner's confidence.
Werner's a flop.
There's
not a feel good, but they're like.
There's unity, bro.
Very good coach. Fucking excellent.
With me, some guy that's underrated for me, bro, is Hakim Ziyech. Yo, that boy's a star, bro. He's a star. Dog.
All Chelsea players do unseen stuff.
Yes.
Don't say Mason Mount. That's all of them are unseen.
No. They're guys that stand out. Who's a guy that stands out? Rudiger stands out.
Okay, he'll be in the Premier League soon. He should be.
Yeah,
but he's talking about like superstars. You get what I'm saying? We have hard workers.
Lukaku was meant to be there, bro.
But that's why he doesn't fit. That's why he doesn't fit, because he's not a hard worker.
Nah, Lukaku is a hard worker.
No, he's not. Yes, he tries very hard. But he's not. Fuck, if you ask me Kai Havertz or Lukaku at whatever, in the Champions League final, I'm putting in Kai Havertz, bro.
Nah,
defensive-wise, attacking-wise.
The thing is, at the start of the season, don't lie, you would have taken Lukaku.
At the start of the season,
At the start of the season, you would have said Lukaku. But the thing is, bro, I don't think that Lukaku is built for the Prem.
If you were watching those games, if you were watching those early games, man, he was scoring goals, but he was playing shit. Like Tuchel didn't like the way he was pressing. And you need someone in the Champions League final.
Maybe defensively he's shit, but like those first few games he was manhandling. I don't know which game was it. Your first game, he manhandled that defender, bro. He manhandled. Yeah.
If Antonio Conte was at Chelsea, that guy would be. And I'm not just saying that because Lukaku played for Antonio Conte.
Nah, that's true. No, that's true.
But the type of way Tuchel plays, Lukaku not so much. You know?
Ronaldo played all today, scored 2 goals.
Why aren't they playing? There's a close bond for me. Let's check what he's backing as well. No, but it's good, it's like road. I thought they weren't going to come out.
And a warm welcome back to all our viewers. We are live from a coldy Harlequins Rugby Club stadium, where it is a Harlequins derby, seeing the Pretoria Harlequins taking on the Port Elizabeth Harlequins. Currently, the score is 37-3 in favor of the home side, who are attacking from right to left in their navy kits, and the Port Elizabeth Harlequins in rather colourful kits attacking from left to right. Immediately, pressure here being exerted by the Port Elizabeth Harlequins, and they do find themselves behind with a rather large deficit margin. But anything can happen in the space of 40 minutes. It is the World Sports Betting Easter Club Rugby Festival, proudly brought to you by your favorite broadcasters, SEI Rugby. My name is Tandom Chako, and of course I'm with my notorious commentator, Reynard Quinn. But here, before we go to Reynard, we can indeed go to Reynard. Before that,
it's the Harlequin side now pushing forward with the outside back. Lovely gather there. What a try. And he's over the white line. And it's exceptional work from Pretoria Harlequins. Right on the left-hand touchline. Exceptional handling skills, Thando. Silky, as you like. Eye-catching stuff, most certainly. Got people feeling a little bit warmer conditions not quite ideal for supporters, but they would have certainly loved that try. Absolutely wonderful. But just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that there's no better place to be and to be tuning in Pretoria than right here with me and Tsando on SEI as we await this conversion.
What intrigues me or fascinates me most about that try is that that ball is a slippering wet, but he handles it like a baby and it dots it down for what I think is their fifth try in this encounter. Opportunity now for a Visser to convert here and further add to this large deficit. Having missed his previous 2 kicks, he'll be looking to get over successfully, which he does, and further cements the lead here for the Pretoria Harlequins, really teaching their neighbours here a lesson on their home ground. Perhaps it is that home a feel-good factor oiling this Pretoria Harlequins machine, but it is indeed well oiled. We are up and under away here. A pressure from the men from Port Elizabeth. Steady and calm there with the catch. The Pretoria flanker. An advantage is with the men from Pretoria. Quickly taken here by that fly half of Visser. They do look for those options out wide, and it seems to be the space that is out wide. Paul just not finding hand there, knocked on, and it is a turnover to the men from Port Elizabeth.
Gerard could see the man with the error there. Maybe a little bit too excited when he maybe should have kept ball in hand just a little bit longer, tracked that final defender before laying off that final delivery to his winger. But PE Harlequins not suffering an early setback in this second half. Just yet only 1 try, and that's something that'll maybe spur them on, Tana, but they do need to realize that the only way to win a rugby game is to get into the opposition's half and to gain some valuable meters forward and gain some territory. That is the only way to accumulate points, but it's the team from Pretoria now doing exactly that. You mentioned the fact that the Pretoria side is giving the PE side a lesson or two in rugby. The PE side, Tondo, certainly arriving to class just that little bit later. But it's a lovely offload there, lovely flat run with an angle. Pretoria Harlequins really sniffing blood. Trying to really kill what is a wounded animal in the PE side. Going back into traffic, the scrum half just having to wait there, forced to wait, does Michael Cross.
Pretoria Harlequins are now looking to further add to that 46-point lead. A 40-point lead, my apologies. Do opt for the touch option here. Looking possibly to use the likes of that forward pack that we have alluded to so often in this game. A kick there by Visser does not quite find touch. Going into half time, the Port Elizabeth Harlequins did have that man advantage. It was 14 v 15. And the men from Port Elizabeth, unfortunately, not being able to take advantage of that impending situation. But all credit to the men from Pretoria. They have not looked like they are a man down. In fact, they have looked like they're a man up against the others, Port Elizabeth side. And they look here to further cement their lead. It is a fullback here, making the brilliant run, finding his winger there, who touched down again successfully in the corner for what is their 7th try into this game. Indeed, looking like they are a man up, Reynard Gunn.
Werner Skuman, the man, really putting on the afterburners there. leaving his defenders in his wake, leaving them in his dust. A speedster in action here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And the Pretoria Harlequins side most certainly really going to town here, helping themselves to a nice spread and selection of tries in the buffet, Tondo.
Indeed, it is a buffet, and they are having absolutely all of it here at the Pretoria Harlequins Rugby Stadium. It is their 125th anniversary, and they are celebrating it in the right fashion here against their companions from the north. Visser here with an opportunity to further inflict pain on this Port Elizabeth side. Has been doing really well against the conditions here. Not so well at that time, but nonetheless, I don't think it will be a kick that he will stress himself too much there. Apart to the man Visser running back the fly half. Really haven't showed up in this game, the Port Elizabeth Harlequins. The action is being brought to you live by SEI, your favorite producers, broadcasters rather, and it is me, Tandom Chiako and Reynard Kune taking you through the action. The wing is slipping there. Looks like the water has pulled up in the middle of the pitch there. And that, Reynard, you've always asked me, that is why I do not play rugby, my friend.
And that is why I joined you in that decision, Tondo, only after a year of playing this game. But it's once again another opportunity for the PE Harlequin side. They'll be looking to get some form of a consolation try. As I mentioned to you, Tondo, there's no time in being interested in penalties, only tries. Open side flanker there, Bosman having a run at things. A really strong run in the midfield from the big man, not afraid to put down his head and pump those legs of his. PE Harlequins working well at the breakdown area now with the 8th man with a strong run just beyond that 10-meter line. Olifant doing as his name suggests. Referee just in dialogue here with the captain of the Harlequins side, just making him known exactly what went wrong for his team there and how they can correct that in the future. But Tana, we spoke about how the fact that the PE Harlequin side cannot be focusing on penalties, only tries, and it looks now that they are going to go with the tap and go option. As soon as I say that, looks like the fly half comes in, the scrum off, I beg your pardon, and that is Lewak. The man just changing the decision there in the final moments. Tana, what do you make of that?
Towards Reynolds, and that is the commentator's curse yet again at the play. The Port Elizabeth Harlequins are changing their decision there. Quite an unorthodox approach to the kicker. It is not a favorable position to go for conversion. Maybe looking just for that mental advantage. Maybe looking to get their heads back in the game with a point on the scoreboard, which they do get here successfully, and they do take their tally now up to 9. And the decision that they are paying dividends, albeit it's a very little dividends. We saw the last time that the Port Elizabeth Harlequins went for goals. The Pretoria ones went for goal immediately, showing them how it is done. Can they replicate their third try of the game? A pressure there, forcing the knock-on from the man from Port Elizabeth, allowing the Pretoria men here to attack. We are live again on Monday from the Harlequins Rugby Club. It is a jam-packed Easter rugby, and we love it just the way it is. So I was told, Reynard, that this too is called Heritage Rugby. powered and brought to you by our proud sponsors, World Sports Betting. Jubei here, they seem to have gone for a 5-man line out. They go longer to the tail, and the longer is long enough. That man there, the 8th man, trying to make headway, but brought back by the referee for a Port Elizabeth penalty. Forced here to attack from their own half of the men from Port Elizabeth, as has been routine throughout the game.
PE Harlequins now securing it, recycling it nicely to the team from Port Elizabeth, but they dragged out, and it's yet again fantastic defensive work from Pretoria Harlequins. That old saying, using that extra line as that extra defender, proving to be of good effect. Simple but effective, and that has been Pretoria throughout tonight. Just a reminder, as Tando did mention, that World Sports Betting are the sponsors of this amazing festival. Pretoria Harlequins side now currently sending us around the world with their brand of rugby. But now they come again, their numbers slightly blurred thanks to all the mud gathered from the pitch. But it's the scrum off that collects once more. Michael Cross getting it underway to calling forward the man, the 8th man, the man with the hair, the man with the sights, the man with all the action here.
Speed once again for the Pretoria Harlequins side. They have looked very exciting each and every single time that they have that ball to hand. Fasaria looks to get a touch and potentially it does not find a touch there. Fasad, a second occasion that has occurred for the fly half. Won't be too wide here, the men from Pretoria though. Firmly in the lead and holding the Port Elizabeth side firmly here in the palm of their hands. A kick there as well, gathered by the winger. The steps there, darts and dazzles in the mud. Oh, unfortunately slips at the vital moment. It's difficult to dart and dazzle in this mud, but we do love to see a winger do that.
Malele, the man there with sparks underneath his boots. The man playing rugby with a sparkle in his eye and a sparkle in his stride. A real exciting winger to watch out for, but just making the knock-on error there, as Tando mentioned before, the conditions really not playing a part, and you definitely have two things to negotiate. One, the opposition. The other, well, you can just see it on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. But now, PE Harlequins with a scrum once more in their own half. A decent attacking position, a position that a lot of backline coaches do love, Tando, because the space is both in front of the defenders and in behind them, so you do have an option of playing with the ball and going for the kicking game, and they do exactly that with an attempted box kick there. Referee just indicating that the players were indeed offside, and the PE Harlequins have the numbers now on the outside. They do have that advantage, and it's Bosman taken out by two fantastic and willing defenders from the Harlequin side right in front of us, Tando. It's almost as if he just ran into a brick wall or met two absolute bulldozers of men.
Two bulls of men is the right term there, not good. We noted in one of the previous games that we did at the Pirates Grand Slam Challenge. That's the decorum and really the nature and philosophy that club rugby follows is so formal and structured. Really is commendable at club rugby level in South Africa. Advantage to the men from Pretoria there. Skew at the line out, says the referee. To be honest, I think I am enjoying this muddy dynamic a bit more than I should. It does make for a different game of rugby, a different set of skills required to play in these conditions. Need to adapt, and they have adapted like chameleons. This rugby, Harlequins Rugby Club, based in Pretoria, the Pretoria franchise. And once again, a happy 125th birthday anniversary to the Harlequins Rugby franchise, stemming all the way from the United Kingdom. An opportunity here for first to run in the fly half, brought down there by the man from PE. It is an advantage to the Port Elizabeth outlet, who I must be honest, have not died down here. They have refused to put out the fire in their hearts for this game, and I think it really is commendable, being so far back from reducing this deficit, but have really still pushed until this point in the game. Commendable from the men from Port Elizabeth.
As we can see now, substitutions rung from both these outlets. Referee, of course, having to negotiate once again another scrum, another chance for these forward pack players to show what they're made of, show the iron and the steel that is required at club rugby level. It's only a certain type of individual that plays this kind of game, and you can clearly see here, ladies and gentlemen, physical from minute one. But PE Harlequins now do need to find outsource. They don't need to do that. They are gifted an opportunity now, a penalty advantage according to the referee, and they come again with some nice quick running ball, and it goes to the front man there, the loose head, October. Scrum off, just weighing up his options, finding the man in the red scrum cap, just short of that 22-meter line. PE Harlequins really running out of wriggle room here in the touchline. And they're managing to stay in field there rather comfortably to the PE Harlequin side. But once again, as this phases start to pile up, the errors do too. And the Pretoria Harlequin side are in here, just not quite, and the referee does call them back there. Tondo, it's been extremely lively and entertaining the last couple of minutes.
The PE Harlequins are really holding the forts here tight, preventing this Pretoria Harlequins onslaught. It will be a scrum. It appears to be right by the 22-meter line, and a fury of changes are being rung in here by the men from Port Elizabeth. I've always, I in my personal capacity would never coach, because I've always wondered, being 30 points down at halftime, how do you motivate your side to come back from that? You know, what would your words be, being 30 points down as a rugby coach? How do you technically change your game to come back? Do you still think of coming back? What must you say at halftime to those players?
Tono, that's an extremely difficult question, but one that requires a simple answer, and that simple answer is to be completely oblivious to what the scoreline is. Go out in the second half as if nothing happened, as if the score is still scoreless, and resetting from there. As we can clearly see the Pretoria Harlequin side now pushing forward, relentless in that scrum, taking no prisoners whatsoever. The opportunity now is there for the scrum off to take it by himself. Eighth man now with the ball, calling forward, sensing an opportunity to get onto the score sheet late here. Doesn't mind. 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders. Gets past all of them, barges out of their way, and it's calling forward. The man with the hair, as I mentioned, the man getting onto the score sheet. An eighth man not scared of running with the rugby ball, and man not scared of breaking down defensive lines, running through opposition as if they don't exist.
It's been coming though, hasn't it? He has been knocking himself personally on that door, looking for that try, and he'll be pleased. The eighth man of call forward with the try there. A Visser here with an opportunity right in front of the poles to extend this deficit, which he does there successfully. A Visser looking more like a training session for the men from Pretoria now, really. Very wet and tough a training session, but they won't mind here because they are in the lead against their companions from the north. And what is a Harlequins Rugby on their birthday celebration? A pressure there from the men from Port Elizabeth. Responded well there by the winger. Responds well to the pressure. It is the man, the try scorer forward there, going forward at the ball. A box kick by the scrum off. And look at that run from the winger, chasing it down with fierce, unfortunately. Not quite getting there, recovered well by the men from PE. Are forced here to defend the men from Port Elizabeth. I must say it's been a very unorthodox performance from both sets of fly halves. Haven't really utilized that kicking option very much for both sides. Perhaps their conditions have. What substance that decision by the fly halves? It's just been a ball to hand here. Magnets like this ball to the hands of these rugby players. Which I must say is very impressive given that the rain has been pouring here at the Harlequins Rugby Stadium. Like my commentator likes to emphasize, it's just 15, maybe 10 kilometers of the Loftus Fairfield Stadium, which is home to the Blue Bulls. Lightening up the United Rugby Championship as well this past weekend. The Stormers beating the Blue Bulls in what was a scintillating game of rugby, leaving the Pretoria outlets now to have to depend on results from elsewhere. A tough position for Coach Jake White. He's not the type of coach that likes to have terms dictated for him. He likes to dictate the terms, but you will have to play tune to how the other games pan out there in the United Rugby Championship. But for now, we are here at the World Sports Betting Easter Festival. And it is currently a 57-9 in favor of the home side. And what really has been a David and Goliath fight here at the Harlequins Rugby Stadium.
Tony, you mentioned there about the North-South derbies taking place. This time, on this occasion, however, the side from PE, the southern side, not on the winning side, the northern side, the men from Pretoria. Scintillating rugby on show here for you, ladies and gentlemen. The Pretoria Harlequins side now just closer towards that try line, and it's that eighth man again, and it's forward who dots down, helping himself to his second try in quick succession. An eighth man that has been absolutely all over this pitch. Tondo, energy levels of a different kind, a cosmic rugby out of this world. And that is all right here live from Pretoria. It's been an exceptional display from the Harlequins side from Pretoria. The men in the checkered jerseys, the blue and the maroon as well as the brown. Fantastic showing from them so far, and it's given not only myself and Tondo something to scream and shout about, but definitely the crowd in attendance.
Visser here with a kick just 22 meters out. The right footer steps up and steps in the right direction for the Harlequins, the rugby side, as they further a kick what is a dead animal now. It has been a phenomenal display here. Reminds me a bit of, for all my avid rugby supporters will remember this, and it will inflict a bit of a pain when the All Blacks absolutely demolished us 50-0 in what was the Rugby Championship in the year of 2019. Replicating such a performance, the Harlequins, the Pretoria outlet here on their home pitch, and they look to be going here again through the number 6, the flanker this time, making the run forward, jotting and dazzling in the mud, and he slides in the mud finally, and it jots down for their 10th try here into this game in quick succession to their second try. It is that man, the number 6, jotting on over Henser for the Pretoria outlet. Fantastic footwork by the flanker. Jots and dazzles, breaks a line, and finally jots down successfully. A free-flowing rugby down there, truly, Reynolds.
Tondo, it's been absolutely mouth-watering rugby. You mentioned there the display between the Springboks and the All Blacks, and the 8th man forward, they're putting in such a similar display to that of Kieran Reid taking place that day, replicating. I'm not saying he is a Kieran Reid, but definitely putting in a similar performance and putting the other side to the sword. Looks like a clean strike, and the flags are indeed up. It's a very good conversion there by the fly half. Someone that hasn't made a lot of errors, been on spot from the tee, right from the get-go. It's been really good work from the men from Pretoria. But the PE Harlequin side will be looking forward to that final whistle, Tondo. I was watching their game on Thursday with Layla, and what I did notice is as soon as the scoreboard started ticking on and the time as well, these players just get that little bit too tired, and then the other opposition team run riot, and that is exactly what's taking place right here in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, at the Harlequin side, looking to spread the ball out wide. And it's amazed me how they can pass the ball from relatively far distances, and the ball handling skills have been absolutely exceptional despite the conditions. The scrum half does have options either side, and it's a lovely inside ball there from the front man, Kutsia. And now he decides to push forward. Tondo, the Pretoria Harlequin side absolutely relentless in their style of rugby.
And they look now to add and further inflict that play, and finds his man inside. What a great style, and he dots down, and a great style too for the 11th try of the game. It is the Pretoria side here. I'm running out of things to say. I'm running out of things to say. They have played rugby that has taken words out of our mouths today. The Pretoria side. Have made our jobs at the commentary that much easier too. These men from Pretoria, and Ulrich Visser looking to convert. Kicking in practice for Visser really. It does have an 80% succession rate in this game. Converting 8 from the 10. Can he make it 9 from 11 here? steps up. No flag says down from the linesman. And it is the Port Elizabeth side to kick us off here underway again. We do have a rugby again on Monday. Just to emphasize and reiterate, it is jam-packed Easter rugby, approach to you by your favorite broadcasters, SEI. Scrummy here, it kicks things off. Wall met there by the Harlequins flanker. And they are relentless is the right word. They refuse to die down this Harlequin side. Try after try after try. The options are out wide, the numbers are out wide, they do take those numbers, looking to go here, and the fullback, yes he does go, it darts inside, beats his man, and it darts down under the post for a 12th try, and his second try of the game. Mustard, the fullback, darts down for a brace, looking to complete a hat-trick kick taken quickly there. And operating like a program, this Harlequins Pretoria side. Hugs all around.
Tondo, we are simply running out of superlatives to describe this performance being put on show here for you, ladies and gentlemen, by the Pretoria Harlequins side. They're making our lives extremely difficult, but you can just imagine how they're making the lives of the players of the PE Harlequins difficult. Really expressing themselves with their hard running style of rugby. Relentless. Always willing to make that extra yard, make that extra tackle, and now reaping their rewards. As we can see now, despite the changes being rung, the game following a similar pattern. Changes to personnel, but no changes to that scoreboard, besides the fact that Pretoria Harlequins are absolutely having a field day out there, Tondo.
A field day indeed. And the score currently is 77 in favor of the home side. To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen 3 digits in rugby. Maybe witnessing a history here being made by the Pretoria side. A side with rich history itself can maybe they add to that rich history of theirs. And they look here to do just that. Blistering run here being made by the fullback again. Mustard, of course, this time. And the PE side is able to turn that ball over successfully. Coming in from the side, says the referee. And the PE side can attack. Finds that option out wide. Darts back in the field. Still with the Port Elizabeth side of the ball here. A big hit there by the replacement prop, number 16. Oh, great dummy there. It doesn't quite find a hand. Instead, it does lead to a turnover. And the Harlequin machine will look to operate again. The options are out wide. It is a forward. That man, the 8th man, with his hat-trick try number 3. A phenomenal display by the 8th man there, dotting it down for a successful hat-trick. It is that man forward.
We can see what it meant to the 8th man there, Tondo. Just taking those extra couple of seconds once he dotted down. Just realizing that he did indeed score that hat-trick. The referee now indicating to some staff on the sidelines. In some sort of a dialogue, I'm not sure what they are discussing, but the try does stand, and it's forward with one impressive hat-trick. A hat-trick for the highlight reel as we get restarted here, and it's eventually taken there by the substitute Weideman. Exceptional work, the little chip and chase, he needs that bounce. Look at the pace on show. Does he quite get there? Some football for you. Decent recovery there from PE Harlequins, scrambling the ball away. But Weideman catching the eyes of plenty here in attendance. Lovely step on the inside and the outside, knowing where the space is, and that's why they've been so successful, Tano. Their ability to recognize, it doesn't matter how slender of a gap, they're willing to barge through.
Like a wrecking ball, they barge through too. And this a Pretoria, a best Harlequins franchise. I've been notified that they will no longer be kicking, and they will just be scoring tries now. I think an adjustment just made to the circumstances of the game, and it may be being savvy of time. It is currently an absolute hammering 82-9 here as we edge towards that final whistle, in favor, of course, of the home side. Renault was just speaking now about how it is a special battle, and the space is out wide there. Do they find it? Do they dot down? Yes, they do, says the referee, and the commentators curse working to the advantage there, finding the space, dotting it down, and that has been what we have been saying the whole day. That has been the song of the whole day, dotting down, and dotting down they do once again, the Pretoria-based side. It looks like a change in the kicker. The 8th man forward fancies his chance at kicking. A tough kick, it seems, does require a bit of bend height. It doesn't require to get that combination right forward. And the referee does draw a conclusion to the proceedings here at the Harlequins Rugby Stadium. It does end 82-9 in favor of the Pretoria-based side in what was a Harlequin derby. Absolutely dominated proceedings here. From the commentary booth, my name is Itando Michiako.
Thank you for accompanying me there during this game, Tando. It's been one-way traffic in favor of the men from Pretoria Harlequins side. Scintillating and exhilarating rugby on show for you here. But ladies and gentlemen, do join us again live in the Club Rugby Festival, sponsored by World Sports Betting, on Monday. Do enjoy your Sunday, take that much needed break, and come on and join us back, your favorite commentary duo, live again on Monday on SEI. But for now, it's from me and Tando. Thank you and good night.